niin ensinnäkin se on laptop 1.
Joo.
Tämä.
Ja se on valmis.
Ja sitten sä valitset täältä laptop 1 ja toisin kuin meillä, niin sä painat tätä samaa nappulaa.
Just.
Joo, niin sitten se vaihtaa sinne sen laptop 1. Et meillä on mun mielestä vähän helpompi, kun siinä lukee se kuva lähde tossa.
Sitten jos halutaan PC, niin se on tossa. Näytä kuva.
Just.
Hyvä. Joo.
Ja tää on ainoa vaikea asia.
Okei.
Sen lisäksi, että tuohon ei voi laittaa mikrofonia takaisin, eli se on kokonaan pois päältä. Mä äsken laitoin mutetilassa tuohon ja kuului semmonen ääni. Vau.
Siis sano uudestaan, mitä?
Lataukseen ei voi laittaa muuta kuin poissa olevat.
Just joo. Ja tää on sitten se, että jos joku haluaa puhua, niin...
Joo. Ja sitten esiintyjät laittaa tänne nimenomaan tällä tavalla.
Just.
Että tää jää oikealle.
Joo.
Mä oon nyt joutunut parille ihmiselle laittamaan. Nää menee niinku korville nämä.
Joo, paitsi että kun mulla on lasitkin ja kaikki, niin se menee vähän vaikeaksi. Joo, näin.
Se on vähän miten itse haluaa.
Joo.
Et mä tosiaan joudun useammalle ihmiselle ennen pukemaan sen päälle. Se oli yllättävän intiimiä.
Entäs jos ihmisellä ei ole HDMI, niin onko tässä...
Aha, täällä ei ole nyt. Mennään hakemaan Esa-Pekalta.
Joo.
Ja sitten nyt tulikin tämmönen vesilähetys, eli tästä voi ottaa vettä sitten puhujille.
Okei.
Yes.
He's grown up?
Leon grown some not similar to him clone and assigned that AI to stream instead of him. So it's next level of presentation power when you can present looks like live person but in different places simultaneously. Preparing doc.
Is this track here also recorded? I've been here yesterday and I haven't seen a camera.
Yeah.
What?
Is this track here also recorded? I've been yesterday here in this room, listened to one or two talks, but were they filmed?
You mean they yesterday? Is it stored?
Yeah. Because I haven't seen any camera around here. I've just looked here, not there. Smart.
We have these streams online, right? Even now,
Yeah, okay.
it's already streamed,
Okay.
and it's not YouTube. It's Unitube University internal, but system. But it also allows to stream and pre-record.
Okay. Then everything's fine. Except for Leon having only me.
Moment. There is Emma.
Talk to you about easy CPAN authoring using app ModuleBuildTiny. First, a history lesson.
We can.
This is
It's not needed for this talk. We have pre-recorded talk from
Okay.
participant
Okay, then.
who didn't was able to.
but this is still on.
It's okay.
Yep.
So. We also have another talk from this
Later
speaker,
on,
and Leon provided us with pre-recorded talk as well. Morning. But so all what we need is just press play.
Okay.
When audience will be here. Leon pre-recorded his talk for us on Vine. He ended up at 3 a.m. tonight.
Whoa!
Yes. He wasn't able to come.
Yeah.
But he did his best for not to ruin the program.
Yeah.
So.
But because of it's pre-recorded, he doesn't see that we're so few people in here.
Yeah, it's first of all like morning.
Yeah.
People. But didn't day before yesterday.
Monday.
Many people ended up in the middle of the night, but yesterday we had.
We're getting older. We can't do this every evening. Yeah.
Okay, I will check another room.
Yep.
Oh, before you leave, technical point of view, yesterday's stream, yesterday's cursor. The one that was taken in this one. It's not in YouTube.
Yeah, it's on this stream, it's on Unitude, so it gives live stream now.
But that stream was there, but it isn't anymore.
Obviously, same link, because it's the same link for same room. I will check with tech guys how to fix it to review it. Good point. And then anyway, will be there. Let's wait a few more minutes, maybe.
Is this plan to split the streams into individual presentations later?
Yes. I'm
Okay.
Okay.
We just won't tell Leon that nobody actually wants you to do something. Completely forgot about that.
Yeah. But it's hot. Andrew said Leon got ready this night by 3 o'clock.
Oh.
So it's almost live.
Oh, want me to push the start button for you?
Yep.
Hello everyone, I'm Leon. A lot of you have met me before. I'm sorry I'm not there to give this presentation in person, but things got in between. And I'm gonna talk to you about easy CPAN authoring using app ModuleBuildTiny. First, a history lesson. Back when Perl 5 came out in 1994, it came with Xutil's MakeMaker. This is a tool that uses Perl and Make to not only install modules, but also to author them. Fast forward a couple of years to the year 2000, and then someone decided that sounds suboptimal. Let's redo this in pure Perl. And that is exactly what happened. However, Module Build copied one of the essential design decisions from MakeMaker. That is, it is both an install tool and an author tool. An install tool is what an end user uses to build, test, and install a module, whereas an author tool is what the author uses to publish that module. Both of these distributions are both of these tools. Then fast forward another couple of years, around the late zeros, when Diesel hit the scene. Now in Diesel, Ricardo decided, let's split these things up. So this is an author tool that would use the existing install tools. Now, why was this a good idea? Well, because it no longer had to be installed on the user side, because it's not an install tool. It gained a lot of freedom to gain a lot of powerful features that would add dependencies, because only the author would have to install it. And that way, Diesel became a power tool. Diesel is a tool that can do anything and everything you could ever ask for. However, it does come with a steep learning curve, because it's a fairly big system, and especially a fairly big ecosystem. Now fast forward another couple of years, and then I wrote ModuleBuildTiny. And ModuleBuildTiny is the second step in splitting up install tools from author tools. It is an install tool that without being an author tool. So therefore you could only use it together with a tool like Distilla. And this worked great. I am an active user, obviously, of both. However, it is a fairly heavy option. And hence, I wrote app ModuleBuildTiny. App ModuleBuildTiny is a simple but helpful and largely minimalist tool for authoring ModuleBuildTiny based distributions. In particular, it was one of my priorities to make this module beginner friendly and contributor friendly. Essentially, app ModuleBuildTiny is the simple tool. It is not a solution for every problem, but in my experience it is a good solution for about 90% of the problems. Now, before I explain more about how this tool works, I need to explain more about the various workflow types. essentially there are two types of workflows, and this is not, I should emphasize, a black and white distinction. There are various shades of gray in between, and especially when using dzil, you can be at any point in that gradient. A feed-forward is a paradigm that was innovated by dzilla. It was originally designed for this, where the files in the repository and the files in the tarball do not necessarily match. It will not only add files, like the meta files and the manifest, etc. It will also munch existing files. For example, it will add version declarations to the code, it will weave the pod documentation, and this way the author has a very clean state that he's working on, yet distribution ends up being correct. And the other style is feedback. Here the author tool actually writes back whatever changes it wants to the file system, to the repository, so that you can actually include this in the repository. This has some advantages, like reproducibility, which is something that a lot of downstream distributions care about, but also it makes it much easier to implement continuous integration. However, it does mean having more boilerplate in your repository, and not every author likes that. MakeMaker and ModuleBuild were both very much feedback tools. dzilla can be made a feedback tool. In particular, the starter bundle essentially does this. And app ModuleBuildTiny is also a feedback kind of tool. If you install it, the first thing you should run is mbtiny setup. mbtiny setup is gonna ask you a bunch of questions that it would otherwise ask every time you mint a new distribution. These are all questions that you're gonna answer the same every time, probably. So therefore, using setup, you can answer them once and then reuse the answers. First of all, it's asking your name, your email, and your license. And I know what you're thinking. Pro programmers are a lot more likely to change their name than most people, but still, you're not going to change it very often. Secondly, it's asking you about 3 different settings. Do you want to use the Git integration? Do you want to use the automatic prereq scanning? And do you want to use the automatic version bumping on regenerate? I would recommend you to say yes to all of these questions, and if you're annoyed by these functionalities, you can always turn them off later. So I already mentioned minting. Minting a new distribution works pretty much exactly the way you expect it to work. mbtiny mint distribution name. It will also take a module name. It's not very picky about that sort of thing, and it will generate a new directory. Within it, all the files you expect to exist. Obviously, the main module file, which is the most important file, but also all the usual boilerplate like meta files, manifest, a license, readme, etc. The second daily command is mbtiny test. This is more or less equivalent to prove -l. However, there are some minor differences that make that you may want to prefer this. In particular, by default, it sets the author testing variable, and it will also run files in xt and xt/author. This is I would recommend you to use author tests in your distributions because these help ensuring that you got everything right. However, if you are not using this functionality, you can also just forget about this command. Just use proof. Either way is valid. It also has a release flag, for example, that will automatically set release testing and test xt release, etc. And a few other such flags. But most importantly, there is the regenerate command. This is the heart of app ModuleBuildTiny, because this is actually doing all the work that you do not want to be doing by hand. In particular, it regenerates the meta files, it regenerates the manifest, it regenerates the build PL, the README, essentially everything that you need to update before making a new release, except writing the changelog. Because obviously it can't do that for you. I mean, in theory it could using the git commits, but that tends to be not very human friendly. So I'm leaving. That's the one thing I'm leaving for you. Other than that, it pretty much does everything you expect. Depending on the settings that I mentioned before during setup, it will bump the version of your module, which is usually what you want when regenerating. It will scan for the dependencies of your module, depending on a setting, and it will commit all of these changes to Git. If you don't use the auto scanning, you can use either a prereqs file or a CPAN file, and these dependencies will be correctly interpreted and inserted into the meta file. And now you may be wondering, what about the other metadata? Well, most of the other metadata is actually extracted from the main module, like the version, the author, the license. All of these things should have one canonical location and one only. In a typical Visual workflow, these would be taken from the configuration and then inserted into the module. And that way it ensures that things are in sync. App ModuleBuildTiny does exactly the opposite. It takes the documentation as the authoritative source for this sort of information, and then it puts that in the meta file. For any other metadata that you may want to include, for example, various links to websites, to repositories, etc., you can add a meta merge file that supports.
I will try to reload this page and to restart this from same time, okay? Because it's sound issues. Maybe it's already pre-recorded with these issues, but let's see.
Include, for example, various links to websites, to repositories, etc. You can add a meta merge file that supports anything that's supported by version 2 of the meta spec. One major advantage of having an explicit regeneration.
Sorry for experimenting, but I just want to check.
Transparently update.
Indeed. Yes, so this is
Command is that you can
sorry for that.
git show on it and actually see what does this do. Do I like what it does? Have I done everything right? This allows you to verify
let me substitute Leon for a moment. So, what actually we should use for now? What we have among those publishing tools? What do you publish?
Helpful if Saddam Hussein's Iraq.
So you like going like a pro.
Behave in a way in that region that would be helpful to our goals with
But
respect
this
to
Zilla,
Syria and the terrorist threat.
so this Zilla is still
we decided it was worth having
the
you go
most
in and meet with them, in that.
powerful and capable tool, like very for complicated tasks.
It's quite powerful. So for LWP we use it. Just us, yeah. Yeah, for LWP we use this because there's quite a lot of like keeping old stuff alive, and there are lots of tests
So
that we like, as in we use lots of Zilla plugins that give us out like author tests and stuff.
So this Zilla, and what if you want? If maybe you want something to be pre-recorded by sound for this talk and then publish it to internet, so you can have maybe a few minutes wrap up about this to cover Leon's thoughts. No.
I don't know enough to make that, like to give a good answer to that.
So we will then obviously Leon has this published, so
yeah, it's just a shame about the sound.
he will fix sound next time, and we will re-upload probably this video to our stream, and we will be publishing all streams. But that's it. So then thanks you all from Leon. Yes, and thanks for him to finish this. He at 3 a.m.
Yeah, I messaged him last night and said, "Where are you?" And
yes, he sent those videos at that almost just 7 hours ago to us.
for him, right?
So this is an effort.
Not too.
Thanks for him. Okay, I'm out from the focus. Then I'm running for the next room to check. Ari, you will continue to be hosting this room, right? Thanks. So
I'm the next speaker.
Yep. So
Ah,
you have a laptop or
not too much people. I will tell people to come.
I think it's early, right? Like 9 a.m. was hard work. 9:30 is still hard work if we're all used to an earlier time zone.
Yep.
And it stays like really nice, really long, and then you get drunk.
Okay, so
and then you should use this.
yeah, thanks.
Just try to. So. Does it work like this? Yes. Like this?
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You're not unemployed. You are a man of leisure.
Yeah.
Let's see at least one job opening up on our website.
Look, you're hiring. He's looking for a job. Work something up.
Yeah.
I've got this QR code from this one.
They have an office in Switzerland where there's mountains.
Let's talk after the.
You don't have to move there. I didn't.
They have a climbing World Cup there as well. Lee tried to invite me to come to watch it.
Okay, welcome everyone. My name is Choroba. I'm from Prague. I usually have my employer on the third line, but despite what my badge says, I have no employer. I quit the last day of the previous month. And I will today talk about Marpa, what it is and why or when it is needed. So, what is Marpa? But before we start, I probably should explain this weird name of the module. So it's named after Marpa the translator, which was a Buddhist teacher in the 11th century, and he brought Vajrayana to Tibet, which is some kind of a Buddhist teaching. But the important part is the translator. So Marpa is, or basically Marpa R2 is a parser module written by Jeffrey Kegler. This R2 stands for release 2. So it's a parser module. What is a parser? A parser is a program that takes text as its input and outputs some kind of a structure following rules of a grammar. And Marpa is a module that makes it possible to write parsers in Perl. I'll show you a classic example. The grammar is presented in a so-called Bacchus-Naur form. And it passes or generates, because it can work both ways, mathematical expressions of arbitrary complexity. So how it works, for those of you who don't remember or don't know, I'll show how it works for a simple mathematical expression. So we have 7 plus 2 times 13. Should be 3, sorry. So at the beginning, we recognize 7, 2, and 3 as numbers, which we can see. Sorry, we can see here in the grammar, and then we proceed to factor, and for the 7 we'll proceed even higher in the hierarchy to term and to expression. And now we have like 2 possible ways what to do. Either use the rule for the expression plus term. If we add a term at the top of the factor on the 2 column, and then we can form an expression at the top, but then we do not have any rules to apply for the remaining column with the number 3, so this is not the right thing to do. So we instead use the 2 factors to form a term, and then we can get to an expression by applying the plus rule. So by using this expression, term, and factor, so-called non-terminal symbols, we also have the precedence of the operators implemented correctly. That's how it's usually done. And here is the same thing implemented in Marpa. And you can see that it's pretty similar. In fact, it can be exactly the same with, I think that you just have to use quotes for the operators, but yeah. So there is one thing that's there that we didn't have in the classical example. Let's just say it's some kind of a cargo cult for the moment. Then we have something called actions. So we can, each rule can be accompanied by an action. And actions are in fact implemented here at the bottom. And you can see, for example, if you look at the add, it had expression plus term. The plus is in parentheses, which means it's not sent as an argument to the action. So we have the expression and term. And what we will do with it, we'll just add them together. So it's pretty straightforward. And the third difference is I used named terminal symbols. They are explained or expanded at the bottom. This is, in Marpa, it's called L0 grammar, and it's basically some kind of like a tokenizer for the parser. Okay, but Marpa can do better than that, because if we think about mathematical expression, we usually do not think about factors and terms. We just know that there is some kind of precedence of the operators, and that's it. And in fact, in Marpa, you can use this. So instead of a single vertical bar, you can use a double vertical bar, which says the rule on the left of the double vertical bar has a higher precedence. So here we say that the multiplication has higher precedence than addition and subtraction. So it makes it shorter and closer to how people usually think about mathematical expressions. So, and it makes it much easier to add further operations. For example, if we want to add exponentiation, I made just added just two empty lines, and we'll fill them with this simple thing. So we now have exponentiation. You can see that there is a strange thing on the very right, which says SO right? Which just means that the associative nature of exponentiation is different than the one of the other mathematical operations. We add the missing action, which is again pretty straightforward. So yeah, it makes it pretty easy to do this. Without priorities, we'll have to introduce a new non-terminal symbol. I called it EXP here. And again, complicate the rules so they have to appear in the correct order. Okay, I want to continue with this example a bit more. So currently, the number is recognized as anything containing a dot and digits, which is not exactly correct because it can, for example, accept something like this, which to me seems more like an alligator emoji. So we can use this vertical bar in the L0 grammar as well, and we can describe number pretty easily, so it can recognize any number that Perl can recognize. Or not any, like it doesn't recognize hex numbers, but yeah. Okay, so let's now make it more interesting and let's add variables to our grammar. Maybe I should say, at the beginning I said that the parser assigns a structure to a string. In fact, we are not assigning any structure, we are directly evaluating the expression, but it's just a small detail. We could build some kind of op tree and then evaluate that, but mathematical expressions are easy enough. We don't have to compile them, we can interpret them easily. And it's true for variables as well. So we'll introduce variables, and we'll introduce a print command to show the output. And again, it's rather easy. So we'll now have not just an expression, because we can have several expressions. We'll have a program. A program is just a sequence of statements separated by semicolon. A statement can be either an assignment or a print command. Assignment is just a variable name, equal sign, and expression, and print takes a list, which is a list of comma-separated expressions. Again, the interesting thing is the variable. So it starts with a character, a letter, and is followed by alphanumeric characters. Okay. And we have to add the new actions. The interesting ones are the store and interpolate, which handle the variables. So we'll keep a hash of variable names, and the value of the variable will be the assigned value. So let's now add strings. So we want to be able to print something like the result is, and then the value. We'll not be able to assign strings to variables to make it easier. So it's pretty easy. A list now can contain a string, and string is just something that has quotes on the ends. And we also need to say that a string doesn't contain a quote, and that's it. So no escaping in this case to make it simpler. And the last step is the crucial for this talk, to show you what Marpa can do. We can make semicolons optional. And it's, in fact, pretty easy. So we can now process something like this. And I have a test file that verifies that it really works. I can probably show it at the end of the talk. So, what Marpa provides is it's called Ruby Slippers, and it is an interface to the parser internals, and it makes it possible when the parser fails, you can ask it what symbols were expected at the time, and the parser tells you, and you can tell it, well, okay, so let's pretend this symbol was there, and let's continue. And the parser goes on. And this is something that's not present in most other parsing libraries and algorithms. But it complicates the code a bit. So what we had previously was this. So grammar is some kind of an object that takes the rules, which is basically the string with the Backus-Snow form. And we just tell the grammar to parse, and it returns the value. So it's pretty easy, and we send the input in. With Ruby Slippers, it's a bit more complex. So we'll now have something, and I now don't remember the correct pronunciation of RECCE, RECCE, I don't know.
It's a
Recce? Okay. I think it's a military slang for recognition. Recce. Okay. So it's another object that represents the parser basically, and we can. So we now have to proceed in smaller steps in order to be able to interact with it. So what we do, we tell it to read the input. It tells us what position in the input it has, and while it's not the end of the input, we loop, and we basically step after. We step if it cannot proceed, or we not step, but we the read stops, and we go into the body of the loop, and we ask whether semicolon was expected. So there is this terminals expected method, which tells us, it just returns an array reference of the expected terminal symbols. And we can tell it, read this like seam or terminal symbol, and I added a warning so I could verify that's working correctly. And if semicolon is not expected, we are in a situation where the expression was wrong. We don't know what to do, so we fail. And it works as expected, and it parses this string correctly and prints 3. Okay. I'll later publish my slides, and this slide is kind of like a long list of links to various forum replies where I show Marpa to people. It's usually people saying, we have this JSON-like format, but it's not exactly JSON. What should we do with it? How can I parse it? So I usually can create a grammar for them and show them how to do it. But I think it won't be available exactly right after the talk because the SSH problems here. Okay, so to conclude, you can use Marpa whenever you need to parse text using a context-free grammar, which basically means whenever there is a possibility to parse it at all, because for anything more complex, you might be in a deeper problem. And it's extraordinarily helpful if you need to interact with the parser, if you need to which makes it also possible to parse much more complex languages than just context-free. Yeah. So thank you. This will be the URL once I upload the slides. Thank you. And are there any questions? Yep. Is there a microphone? Or?
Thank you. I would like to ask about the efficiency issue. Is there an underlying C library in Marpa, or is Marpa implemented fully in Perl?
Marpa is written in C, so it's rather fast.
Can you give some examples of real-world applications? So, I mean, I've come across this many times, looked at it and thought, oh shit, I'm not doing this. So we have another half an hour. Can you show one or two of those? That'd be great.
Let me... I have to connect to the internet, right? So... Just a second. So, for example, let's see what this is. Okay, so we'll have to see the question first. Okay, so someone has, I'll make it larger. Okay. Someone has this format, which is kind of JSON-like, but not exactly. And they want to create a Perl structure from it. And it's probably possible to use regular expressions, but it seems pretty recursive, so not so easy to do it. Someone showed how to do it using various other techniques. Yeah. Yeah. And what I did, I just wrote a grammar. Again, you can see the list of the actions. It's pretty short and straightforward, and that's it. I forgot to mention there is this default action. I usually write it at the very end when I can count the number of occurrences of each action, and the one that occurs most often is then the default one. So it makes it even easier to read. And it's usually first or second or something, because these are the most common actions. But it depends on the format of the input. So basically this is just full of examples how to use it. I don't think any of them contains something that's Marpa specific. It's probably just grammar, and maybe this one is kind of different. And this time it's Stack Overflow. So, yeah, and the problem that the person had was that they wanted to have a keyword that would not be possible to use as a variable name or something, if I remember correctly. And they were not able to stop the parser from recognizing it as... Yeah, that's what some languages do. Like you have a reserved keywords that cannot be used as anything else. So, and I wasn't able to, like, there is no way how to do it directly, or I was not ever aware of any. But it's possible to make it part of the grammar. Like you can stop if something happens, and if you are not in the correct state, you fail. So yeah. So there are some examples here.
Okay.
Yep.
I don't know if it also answers my question, but what motivated you to look into Marpa?
Okay, so there is a project which is called Karel, which is like a toy programming language for teaching programming, and I wanted to try to write a compiler for it, and I used Marpa to compile it to some kind of a structure that's then interpreted when the robot moves in a maze. I talked about this, I think it was in Cluj, so the talk is somewhere online. But I think it had problems with the microphone, so maybe it's just the slides. Yep.
So you showed us how to read bad JSON. Any chance you have something for bad XML, like XML that has a negative ampersand stuck in the middle of it?
Like, for example, here there is strange XML JSON-like format with multi-line attributes. Again, we probably need to see the original question. But Marpa is a rather large project. Is it? No, it's not there. Is this the input? No. What's the input? Oh, so it's just this. Okay. Yeah, so it does some kind of a computation on a recursive structure again. So it's probably not exactly in bad XML. There is a parser for, and I'm not sure whether it's HTML and XML or both of them at the same time on the Marpa pages. So Marpa people write parsers for various known formats to show off.
Yeah, I've looked at Marpa several times, and yeah, the thing that fascinates me is that you can get, if you have an ambiguous grammar, you can get all the possible parse trees. But I've never found a use for it, maybe because I'm sheltered and only get data that has an unambiguous grammar. Have you found a use for that, or?
That sounds pretty like theoretical to me. I don't think that it's like something you need in practice, because usually if there is some kind of data, it probably means something and doesn't mean several things at the same time. So, yeah. But it's probably good for like debugging a new grammar. So you can find like a missing rule or missing condition somewhere if you are getting more than one like interpretation, and you can like see what the differences are. Okay? So, thank you all.
I can use my data, but it's not that important, I think. So I'll do it in the evening. Just fix the typo in the expression.
Have you been using Marpa for your previous input?
No, we considered it for my previous employer, but in the end we didn't use it because it was too slow for our purposes. So we wrote something in C that was like basically what we had was we generated C code based on some kind of schema, then compiled it and used that to parse the input because the schema told it exactly what to expect where, so it was much faster. We needed to load like terabytes of data, so we needed something really fast.
Do you think Marpa could be used for, say, parsing some kind of configuration file or something?
Yeah, definitely. If it's a simple configuration file, something like there's config any or config something, it's probably enough. But if you use something that's not JSON,
Apache config or something. They have to use something to parse that.
oh, if you're creating a new tool.
Make up your own shit because why wouldn't you?
Yeah, but it's like there is no reason not to use JSON, I'd say.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Desperately wanted to.
I think it's human-written configs. You could use Marpa to give sensible debug information, so you make typos or something like this.
There is a library called SQL Translator, which I was looking at a few years back because I needed something. It turned out that it was too complicated, it didn't suit for the project. But back then I got this idea that maybe it was using Marpa because it had these like SQL translation instructions. Yeah, that was actually the reason. It wasn't compatible with the newest versions of Postscript, and that's why it was abandoned. And I was thinking that I kind of like have a vague memory of how it was supposed to be defined, SQL in it. And because at one point I thought that maybe I could actually implement those features which were missing, but I couldn't. And I got this feeling maybe it was using Marpa. It's parse SQL.
Guess that makes sense.
Yeah, good. It's also possible that they were using something like that. I think it gave me the impression it hadn't been, maybe wasn't so.
So I got the whole hour. Okay, I thought
They
it
gave
was
you
just
an hour.
half. Alright.
Yeah, they did half hours and hour slots rather than 20 and 40 minutes.
Yeah.
What strikes me with Marpa every time I see it is that the configuration of Marpa is done in a string. It's its own format.
And the string is passed by Marpa.
Yeah, I know. Wouldn't it be
There is an interface where you can use
kind of these
basically methods to add rules.
method?
Yeah, you just construct this
Smaller strings.
empty grammar and then you add rules. It basically it was something that this string interface did exist at the beginning in R1, the release one. There was no such an interface, but now the documentation says that the old interface is deprecated.
Okay, but
But it still works.
you know, I like these else. To use function names for defining such rules as things like that, and I could generate the string again, which was become a simple little dot. was an example with hash, and you had all these, the grammar, and then you had this exception handlers. I don't know how you call them in Marpa. You had for error handlers or when it's stored and so on. You have an example with default is first, and then you attach rules. You know what I mean?
There are actions.
Subroutines. They were called subroutines.
Actions. There are called actions in Marpa.
Okay. But they were in another place.
They are usually in a different module. You can even specify which module it should use to find the actions, and you can have several different implementations depending on, like for example, I have for my robot stuff, I have Czech and English version of the language, and you just switch module name, and it passes a different language.
Okay, but can I have the action close to the rule?
No, and I like it. Like I have used Descent, where you put the rules directly, the actions directly at the rules. It's totally unreadable because it mixes two languages. It's a mess. If the action is short, it's fine, but once you have two actions that are longer, it's a total mess.
And even if you use a functional interface, say this thing, here's the sub, add this thing, here's the sub. That's like a catalyst or a dancer when you have all the roots basically, and you want to get a list of the roots in to read the entire code. It's the same thing, isn't it? So very hard to say what are all the things I have.
Yeah.
Because it's mixed.
Yeah.
Do you have a kind of debugger when you use Marpa? How do you debug? I mean, do you stepper kind of? Or
Well, that you can do it the way I showed for the semicolons. So you just like proceed until there is a problem, and then say what was expected and what was there instead. And there are several other, like there are some kind of like events emitted from the class, so you can look into them. You can turn on some kind of tracing which shows you I use this rule. So yeah, there are many ways how to do it. It's for like complex grammars, it's a bit hard to like make it work. And especially if you cannot finish it in one go. If you return to an unfinished grammar the next day, it's pain in the ass to like get into it again and like continue. So if you can finish it in one go, it's okay.
breakpoints and step in like this. Okay.
I haven't tried that, but
would it help?
I think that the main problem is that sometimes there is rule that's applied and you didn't expect that when you were writing the grammar. So it's not really a question of, because it's not like a procedural code. It's highly declarative. So you're rather interested in like what rule was applied and why. And then it's really hard. Sometimes it's really hard to like find a way how to fix that, because it usually means you have like a precedence wrong, but in a totally different part of the grammar. It could be that it went some way, like several steps before the error is like apparent. So yeah, it's hard. Okay.
ingest
If there is no
shared data.
recursivity in the data,
Yeah.
then regex is probably just fine.
Yeah, exactly. But also if you're like, you have to have use cases for actually ingesting stuff. Like we just get JSON XML.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Well, when I worked at the university, we worked with different data formats, and sometimes it would have been funny if it wasn't sad. Like there was Indian language data, linguistic text, Indian culture, or some less used Indian languages. They had to format and combine 9 different recognized formats into one. So it was XML, but it basically had just a sequence of elements, and each element was divided into columns by white space. Some columns were divided into other columns by, I don't know, semicolons, and sometimes you had parentheses to separate some. I mean, it was hell for us. so crazy.
Yeah.
Like they started with XML, but then they said no. Why should we use something we already have?
Have you ever been in a situation where you had to generate the rules in a template system? Where you used Perl to generate rules which were dynamic?
Kind of. Like when I used to be this robot, it can parse the instructions in English or Czech, and I have a different grammar for that, and it's basically the grammar is the same, just the terminal symbols are, or the strings are different. So it's like I inject just the expansion of the terminal symbols, and the rest is the same. So yeah.
It's like when I try to speak German now, I just use German words in English grammar.
Yeah. Wait.
This is a CSV file style format. 2 lines. The first one is the column headers. Many of them have spaces in them, but the delimiter is space.
Okay.
And the values, almost all of them are numeric, apart from the first one, which can be 2 words, and again, spaces. I don't think that's the right sort of format to pass with this. My approach to parsing is now is I have a list of all possible column headers, and then I just go look up in the hash if the thing you're looking at, like basically make a regex of all the possible column headers, and then split with the capture group.
Yeah, makes sense.
And then put that in an array, and then
there's no structure, like there's no inner structure.
There's no structure, yeah.
Yeah.
It's fucked up. That's what it is.
Yeah.
NoTty producers.
Really? Are you giving a live talk to?
I still don't know. I have to ask Jeffrey because I sent it to somewhere, and it's not the place where Jeffrey can access. So I still don't know.
I think we should maybe someone should come back and talk about like very basic how does MetaSQL work, how to look shit up, because there's lots of people who do some Perl coding and they probably have no idea how any of our infrastructure works in our ecosystem. Like that's something that for my trainees usually takes me like half a year to a year to actually go and look up documentation on MetaSQL, and then
What?
find for new people. Like you work inside this sheltered environment of this is our code base, and we don't need to use a lot of other modules. So when they encounter a problem with one of the things that are on CPAN, they will first of all look for how do we use this, because it will always be modules we already use extensively in our code base.
Yeah.
So they go and look at how it's been used in other files before they actually go and look at the documentation. It takes
Which
I'm
is
talking
sensible.
about fresh trainees who haven't really written code before.
basic talks because I expect
Yeah.
advanced audience and I don't want to bore them.
Yeah.
But we could have a shelf of such basic introductory talks, which I use in my I mean, I always have to explain this in my company for new people who come.
Yeah, see, that's what I do as well.
And we could have a share of this, and we could always fill a conference with a track with this basic stuff. And a lot of people come to this kind of conferences expecting a workshop to be introduced into Perl, actually.
I mean, we've talked about the London Power Club having a junior track.
What about the London Perl workshop? Will it happen?
Well, not necessarily. The venue is too expensive. It's too short notice. The venue we used last time, you know, that was the David Game College. They're now a boarding school, so they can only do holidays because they're not children living there who can't go there anymore. Because the UK is they've gone from being a high school to being a boarding high school, and the UK is very, very careful about letting anyone near any kind of children.
Yeah.
So basically, there's now an impenetrable fence around it. They're not allowed there anymore.
You have seen the playgrounds in the UK?
Yeah,
they have huge fences around it, only one door.
It's like in the Terminator, you know, when the world blows up and she's outside the playground. It's like this, you can't go in. Whereas here in Finland, people just leave their toys in the playground because there's so few people who's going to steal it.
Yeah, and I like this here at the university. There's this sign that means only like the students are allowed.
Yeah.
And it's not locked. It's just a sign on the door. And it means if you are not a student, you should enter.
Please don't go in. And everyone's like, okay. Right.
Where do you see this sign?
Everywhere.
I mean, they do have locks, right? Like
It's like a square with dots around. It's explained at the main hall.
So there are areas where not allowed to
We are allowed, I think, because we are like here. This door has the sign, so I think to this corridor. So I think we are allowed because we are.
I wandered around yesterday to find a different bathroom, and I went.
They have impressive bladders here in Finland. It's incredible.
Tiny bathrooms. Yeah, I went that way and out, and then found another bathroom. But yeah, there were doors that had dongles on, like dongle locks on. You have to have the token.
I have to say my university, as my alma mater, has a building like this. They have not more restrooms like this one, but if you go into the restroom, you have 7 or 8 cables.
Yeah, they're big. The big toilets, exactly. The Hanover one has this massive. It's like a McDonald's of toilets.
So sorry guys, I was awake all night and not half night because I had stomach problems. I have to find in the canteen they have chamomile. What was it pronounced in English? Do you know?
Chamomile.
Is it chamomile or chamomile? But it's spelled with T-H like Choroba.
Chamomile. The English is Choroba.
Yeah. That was in religion or
No, but as the team lead, I can just say, okay, if anyone needs any of these things, I have them. Just ask me. Yes, I think. And another thing is headache pills, plasters, Imodiums. Because if someone gets the shits, they're going to need, you know. So if you just have like, if you offer them a pill, they're going to maybe not run off and be gone for like half an hour. Which means you have one more person to play. It's good, right? So be prepared. But I didn't bring modules, so sorry. Imodium.
Imodium. No, it's not an Imodium problem.
No, I usually have Gaviscon as well, which is like for reflux. But I don't have those either.
Another thing, I don't know if it's worth asking in the Telegram group. What's shit used in English?
Pancreas.
No, Pancreas.
Oh, you're right. That's Boschman.
Ear.
The thyroid.
Thyroid.
Yeah.
I forgot my thyroid medication, and normally there are a lot of people who take this home, but I just go to the pharmacy. I have a friend who's a Portuguese doctor and can do e-prescriptions. And Germany doesn't do this, so. And Portuguese e-prescriptions are accepted in Finland.
Well,
my dog
we tried to get some pills when we were in Poland. We had an e-prescription from the Czech Republic, and we weren't able to get it in the Czech Republic because they don't have it. So we asked in Poland, and they told us they cannot.
You couldn't get the medication in the Czech Republic?
Yeah, some pills are not available sometimes. In the last
I would have
years.
helped, but the German pharmacies don't accept e-prescriptions yet.
Yeah, in Poland they have e-prescription, but only the Polish one. So we weren't able to get it.
In the UK, you tell the doctor, I'm going to go to this pharmacy, and then you just go to this pharmacy with your name and postcode, and they already have it. There's no e-prescription, as in you don't get anything. You just tell them which pharmacy you want, and then you go to the pharmacy, and you just pick it up. Because by that time, they would have received that thing from the doctor and would have already packaged it in this little paper bag, which is pretty cool.
Actually, a high percentage of the population take them, especially if they're older. I could ask in the Telegram group if someone has spare, but
I need drugs, give me drugs.
but I'm a little bit ashamed to ask.
essence was that Marpa is better because you can go to the internal, so you can set up a case what if, and so you get like a path tree or the reaction what if, and that's like the gist of our talk. And the rest was like an example is our, do you know a grammar? What the grammar was? It was back with now form, so.
I wanted to see that as well because it's not recorded as such a
Yeah, but Abigail wasn't recorded?
He doesn't record anything ever.
Oh, so it's
and I got also scolded because of
yeah, but hey, come on, but he gives slides.
I hope so. I asked him, he just look at me.
Yeah, but on the other side, the NP's problem.
I was curious about what technique he used, but I guess I'll find out later.
Yeah, but also we played this problem to death in our course. We had several, the groups had several other options. You can, yeah, because the problem is also you can in different depths. So you can do stupidly, but you also like can from the first run eliminate a lot of other options in the side tree. So even you go run one, they go almost already the tree of possibilities goes smaller and smaller. If you go into other branches.
You know, I wasn't interested in more in the problem myself, rather in the if it was a technique that
I see.
Anyway, too late for cry on spilled milk. So what's now?
Yeah, he gave this several times.
That's
but
I take it as one way plus one will do. How to automate the screenshots.
that was also tempting to me. And June, I don't have Julian's patience with people, but he's often it's very basic, like decline and blah blah blah. So it's
Hiring decision, diese Manager aus dem System. What I remember is very much into the whole training thing.
what trend?
Training people as such.
Yeah, that's Julian's thing. Yeah, that is job also.
I remember something similar to Klausner.
Yes, he did also a German publisher, and in Hannover he did it. Here, can ask him.
Present.
Ferenc
Yes.
Sounds like yeah.
Originally from a small village in the countryside, but I also spent 16 years in Budapest, so bit of both.
west, east of Hungary.
Towards the east, like about 1 hour away from Budapest. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the
I've been
region.
in Szombathely, in
Yes, that's all the best. Also,
Sopron.
Choroba, yeah, that's all the best part. So the other direction, but 1 hour away, so not that far from the capital. There's a city called Hatvan nearby. Maybe you heard about it. It's more like a relevant traffic junction for train and cargo, right? So both passengers and cargo. And nearby there's my village, 700 people.
This is from Balaton.
From Balaton. So from Budapest it's about 60 kilometers. Balaton is 150 the other direction, so around 200.
So it's mostly the center of the Hungary.
Yes, if you imagine like the kind of
We take out your map, so
middle line of Balaton, if you extend that line about through Budapest, on the other side there is Hatvan, which is the country.
I haven't been in Hungary. Oh yeah, Budapest is actually not as far further north.
is like a pre-recorded session in shell, full face. Yeah.
No, nothing can go wrong there, which is part of the appeal, I guess.
I'm pretty sure running all the examples, I'm changing the state of the virtual machines. So during no, it will be good.
Somewhere a side effect will crop up. It's not eating one. I think on one state. Software little materials in the problem.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Also works. Good. Halfway through and it works.
It says here that you're from Germany, apparently.
Yes, from Hungary, I'm not living in Germany. In Berlin.
Yeah.
Yep.
When was the flight?
On Thursday evening, but I'm flying to Budapest from here. I'm going to do a big triangle over the Alps. I have some stuff to do in my flat there. Guests over the weekend. It's a national holiday in Hungary this weekend. It's the founding of the state by the first ever king 10,000 years ago. So it's the biggest national holiday. Big fireworks, and that's what my friends got interested in. I told them that I wouldn't go there. Like as a Hungarian just for the fireworks, but like for them it's like relevant Hungarian history. At least half an hour of fireworks, that's something like a spectacular moment.
So we are in a dinner of Rex, I guess. Looking at the talk presentation.
Yes, it's 50 minutes left. Only 50 minutes to go.
He also not agree with my legs very much. So if I understand correctly, Rex is more or less like, it's basically something, a configuration management system that allows you to write code for with a small DSL of some kind, right?
Yes, basically the DSL is Perl itself. That will be in the first part of the talk, and I personally consider that as one of the biggest strengths of the Rex approach, because through Perl we can automatically rely on the existing ecosystem, so all the editors, etc., like in CPAN, and whenever like the built-ins end in Rex, you can seamlessly extend it with custom Perl codes of your own design, and also the authoring, the publishing workflow is the same. Linting, testing, so yeah, that's in the
I think that codes in France they use something similar about in Python, because it's not a project that allows you to do it more or less. It has same approach but in
There
Python.
are others, yes. I'm not sure about the Python one. Could be one that I just don't know about yet or can't recall. But more recently, Pulumi follows the same idea.
Yeah, that is
They
in
support
TypeScript.
TypeScript, I think also Python. Let's go.
Yeah, it's a similar approach.
Yes, and I think Chef is also like following Ruby completely. Yes, so
Strong, I think, as well.
it's also Ruby based. I'm not sure about the syntax anymore, but that was the starting point of Rex development by the original author. Back then, like in 2010 when they started, Capistrano did not support parallel deployment, and they just needed a solution for some of their use cases, so why not doing their own in Perl quickly. So that was the start to replace this deployment approach. And then from there on, it grew, especially through open sourcing it, or many contributors came to add their own. And that's what I inherited as a maintainer several years after, trying to add a lot more about the sustainability aspects and like make sure it can go forward and test it a lot and standardize things.
Two schools of thought on cells, etc. I've been using Ansible, for instance, for heavily in the last few years, but as many have pointed out, using YAML to do imperative coding is not exactly ideal.
Ingi likes it. Ingi likes it.
YAML, yeah.
No, he has his own imperative programming language based on YAML.
It's coming in.
Yeah.
A few thoughts about it. Especially like yesterday there was an Ansible focus talk, and after me, Dom will also talk about this Ansible. I decided to highlight this a bit more because I thought it would be more interesting. Normally I don't do this, especially shitcoin, but also too much comparisons. Like I'm happy to discuss it, but like it might be a talk in itself. It's just like I'm referring back to like this common complaint about Ansible programming in general, like you said. The root of that is using data intelligence.
You're using things not for what they were designed. That is
I call them the accidental programming.
To that topic, I saw it, I don't know which year it was, from the guys from Geeks, I'm not familiar with that, GUIS. Oh dear me, that's dangerous.
That's what you don't like.
Yeah, that
Also,
I mean, it depends on how much he was able to stand it, but I think that might be blocking facing very, very easily.
what also came up recently in Rex channels during chat is like if someone is really keen on doing so, they can re-implement Ansible support based on Rex to get the same YAML definitions and like have corresponding actions defined. With Perl, I personally don't feel like doing so right now. I have enough on my plate.
Yeah, I don't think that it does much to the whole thing in general.
Yeah, it's more like there's like to highlight Rex's ability to like it gives you the building blocks, it lets you decide to build your own tool, and if that's what you want to build, you can do it with Rex, and I think that's the main difference compared to other frameworks and tools that can do.
As you mentioned, I was watching that talk from the.
It's okay.
Sorry. So basically, Geeks is both a package manager and also a Linux distribution whose whole code is basically written in Lisp, basically it's written on based on Gaio. And it has it's very, very sophisticated. It allows you to do, transactional installations to have all the whole state of the machines into a basically a configuration file. And they were actually making a dig at, I think it was Terraform, because they said, yeah, the guy said, okay, I was watching the latest presentation of Terraform, and the big highlighting was, yeah, now we have loops. And he said, okay, but why would you have loops into a configure in a basically a JSON derived configuration file when
I'm mentioning the same story. Yeah, I think those are good examples. Some of them are, in my experience, many users are not very familiar with those, or not thinking about it like this.
because sometimes you get something in a way, so it's like this, and then you get along at some point you say, well,
That's what I noticed. Like I think this big Terraform change and long release delay was like between 0.11 and 0.12 few years ago, and of course they added a lot more and like revamped a lot of things. But one of the most important important addition for like direct support for loops and conditions. So that's very yes.
Yeah, it was the same argument. I mean, if you
but it happens with Ansible as well. So it's also like Vip and like when keywords.
Don't remind me.
Sorry, I can still skip the slides. For you to look away.
No, but that's one of my big points when I talk about programming in general. In good programming is optimized for reducing like the mental load to understand the API has to do, and you have a player already have in the brain, you know, and don't have to add much backend.
Yeah, there is a cognitive load on what you do. Actually, the problem with Ansible, as the way it's used and the way you need to use it, you need to do some sophisticated things. For instance, have playbooks and roles to build an entire software deployment from basically an image you fetch from the internet to a fully configured machine with services running, etc., and package as an ODA on its way out. Is that you need a lot of tinkering, you need a lot of basically juggling with data structures, etc. You use conditionals to get loops to get whatever you might need to.
Yeah.
And it's never perfect, but the problem is that if you have something that you can write in, I don't know, 10 minutes in a decent, any imperative programming language, it will take you 7 hours to do that in Ansible because you have to find all the in the layers between Python, YAML, the templating engines, the right way to
Call it fitting your problem to the model instead of like solving your problem in the best possible way.
And it always sounded like you needed some function like a map.
No, there is the concept of filters and etc., but it's not really that straightforward in many ways. And then there is also a problem which is, I think, a bit underestimated. It's not really highlighted enough. Is that basically Ansible builds upon Python, upon the Jinja 2 templating engine in Python, and then it adds on top of that its own filters and stuff, etc. So there are many times when you don't know if you have to use something from Jinja, built-in function or filter, or if what you're using is something that Ansible added in as a custom thing, then you have to go around the documentation hoping to find exactly what you need somewhere. It's a mess. And if you're not very good with juggling data structures, etc., you will give up halfway. That is what I found. It's not for the it's not for the faint of heart.
And from what I guess is that in Rex you have the clear from the syntax clear-cut separation of your configs and where Perl starts and where it exists.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean there are a lot of modules inside Rex code as it is today. I think it can be also divided into like two major like logical groups. One is like really the core competencies of Rex as a task-based automation framework. So at the bottom, what it has to do right is run commands and manage files. And everything else is an abstraction on top. And currently we are still carrying the original approach of like all the batteries included, like Ansible used to do as well. But because of that and perceived popularity and many contributors, we do have parts in the core that is like hard to maintain. It's a small thing, like I do not have access to Solaris machines, or I do not use or Red Hat.
Well, I got 6 minutes.
So since most of the things are already pluggable in core, I think that might be a good way forward to start splitting it out and like have interesting maintainers that their own release cycles. Because like I feel like as a maintainer I cannot responsibly promise that yes in the next 10 years Solaris is working because I have no needs as a volunteer. Like if somebody will hire me to do Solaris support, it's a different thing. And I would be very happy to contribute to that as an open source solution. But the market is small for that.
It's also unfortunately I didn't even I wouldn't say take it serious, but when
why, like after the Glasgow
Better be working.
conference, it was part of the initial moves together with the community to rebrand it a little, and also like establish teams around the community and the project itself, the code base, that allows us to
Hello.
Hello.
sustainable to like proper test, not to make PerlKohaCon GitHub automation for the test, and we also have a little bit of reliance.
It is me, isn't it? I think it's me.
Always get like amazing side effects.
It's me. Yeah, okay.
On like German language Windows exit code is one upon success or the other way around. So sometimes we have this code
Oh, I have 3
we
minutes.
shouldn't have do without like proper testing. And maybe that's my main as a maintainer that like automate all this feedback that we saw failing in the previous 10 years, right? So this test storage is much more helpful. But yes, I cannot like test on Solaris.
Yeah, no, sure, I know. I understand.
Still, I know there are blind spots, but because of that, it's a prime candidate to split it up. Like someone who can test on Solaris can just use the API.
Yes. No, I just had last week for my small color module, like I said, we compiled it with a different precision different float precision compiled for something I would never think of, you know, because I don't compile my Perl, sorry, you know, and
Yeah, I know the feeling. There are sometimes I feel like that this is my main job as a maintainer around the code base. That like make sure weird corner case does not happen again. Because most contributors are
Ooh.
largely interested only in the skills and have a solution for that. But for me, I have to ensure that we don't take someone else's use case as well. And also like, yeah, especially with new contributors, I really mandate that. We are going to change whether it's a bug or like new feature enhancement, because that really helps a lot to reduce the effort we have to invest in, and everyone is volunteering.
Oh, that's just going to be wrong.
So the only currency we have is like time. So I don't want to spend 100 hours researching something. Please write a test, even if I'm investing 10 hours.
it's a good filter.
I found that last time, didn't I?
Write a test so you know he's the
Yeah, so there are like multiple stages now. There's like free form chat, many formats for that, many channels for that. But then also like, because as we use GitHub, we should have more direct.
I would be ready. Well, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And the pull requests are tested by GitHub.
And then when you begin, please use this. Okay, use that. This is perhaps the right side. The microphone on the right.
So that's like.
Not everyone is prepared to follow.
Oh.
Can we change the
Yeah, sure. I think I'm good. Oh, that's the second thing you have to do. Right, we didn't miss the go button. Or we did miss the go button.
Should be okay. There is stream on.
Okay. 20. Notionally, we have 40 seconds. This is a really evil thing to constrain the person in front of the camera. Hello, camera. We should do this in more places. Although I think, actually, isn't it? It's a I can dance. I've got many pockets. Let's put it in a pocket. 2. Now, right. 10 o'clock. No, 11. Whatever. That thinks it's in Vienna. It's o'clock. Right, so, yeah. Hello, I am Nicholas Clark. I didn't really introduce myself. I was born in London. I moved to Vienna about 10 years ago. I'm going to cough. The microphone's going to love me for that. I work in Vienna, but I work for a Swiss headquarters firm, PaperOp, that trades in South Africa, the UK, Canada, and the United States, and not in Switzerland or Austria, and all of that's fun. And this is a talk about a module that we wrote for solving a problem at work. And the module is called Test NoTty. It's on CPAN. You could just go to CPAN and leave this talk right now. Never mind. Anyway, we are faking successful failure. And I need to do, what am I doing? Right, so, my disclaimer, work runs on Linux. I know, and I've actually tested this code, it will run on pretty much any Unix-like system. I believe I've actually tested on AIX, various BSDs, this Mac, Solaris. It's just not going to run on Win32, VMS, MVS, or anything weirder. And it would actually be relevant for the Koha folks. Work chose MySQL more than 20 years ago, and so we're running with MySQL, and the examples are MySQL. There's kind of a bunch of us at work who'd love to migrate to Postgres because we like Postgres better and reasons, but we can't see how to get there from where we are or make a business case for it. So yeah, this is not specific to MySQL, it's just the examples relate to that. So this is basically a talk about how we are trying to deal with passwords and prompting for them. So if you want to connect to a database, you are going to need a username and password, more information than that, but you certainly need a password. If, like, you put your password on disk, well, you just made it easy for any attacker to steal your data and take it out, exfiltrate your data. It's trivially easy. So you think, say I put the password on the command line. Well, that's still a problem because your password will be stored in your shell history if you aren't careful about this, which is another file on disk, copy, copy, copy. Or it's still live with PS and various commands like that. You can probably look at other the command lines of other processes running on the machine. So if you've managed to break into that machine, you can start finding out database passwords, even though they notionally aren't on disk. Now, if you run, for example, the MySQL client or any other, like at the bottom there, you can put a -p. So that's saying, use MySQL, the username is root, a password, but prompt for it. And database name is statement processor. And look at the command line I wrote, where I redirect standard input from devnull, standard output to devnull, and standard error as well to devnull. And yet it still managed to say enter password and put it on the screen. How does it do that? Well, what it's doing in all these terms is getting to open your controlling terminal. Then Unix, of all of it, there's a concept of a controlling terminal. If you are an interactive session, this is. And you can get there by opening the file /dev/tty. So the thing I just showed you, you can pretty much fake in Perl by opening that file and then using something like term rekey, readline, read mode to set a no echo to stop echoing the password to the screen. Then you say, please read me a line from that file handle. And then you're being good, you turn echoing back on in case people type things again. And that pretty much solves the problem of how do I implement the thing I showed on the previous slide. Right, there wouldn't be much talk if that was all we were going on about. So the problem we're trying to solve is we have batch jobs written in Perl. Now I'd like to, how these run, okay? So these run on production. On production, the config is on disk, but that machine is heavily locked down, and even if you know the password, access to the machine is so restricted that you can't, that doesn't get you anything. You have to be on that machine, by which point probably it's game over anyway. So the config is on disk. We don't have to solve that problem. For development systems and the continuous integration systems, there's no sensitive data. There's test data there. It's all in Git anyway. So yeah, the config is on disk. It's not a problem we need to solve. But what I wanted to do was take those batch scripts and similar on my dev box and connect through our tunnel to our production read-only mirror, where I can test these things against live data without having to mirror it all to our local encrypted system, which is painful and takes time. I can immediately test something without spending several hours mirroring it and wondering how much disk space I've got and all that fun and disposing of it later. So effectively, but the thing is, for that tunneling system, the password is extremely restricted. It's, one of these encrypted things I don't look at unless I have to, and copy it and goodbye. So I wanted to add that third case. I wanted to be able to have a way to also have the existing batch jobs that worked on production and on the test system also have a mode where I could get them to prompt me for a database password. And I wanted to do that without touching the code. I wanted that in configuration. Okay. So what am I trying to achieve? I want the default behavior we have unchanged. If I make a config file that looks like existing config, it still works. I optionally want it to prompt for a password. Obviously, or still, I really want it to work with redirection. So yeah, that's OpenTTY. Check most of these. And I want it to fail quickly and accurately. I don't want the failure mode if I accidentally put into production a config that says you should prompt. I don't want it to hang forever trying to read from a file handle that's closed and just something, or a file handle that hangs. I do want it to report, if I do this in production, hey, I am misconfigured. And I don't want it to report fail to open dev TTY, which is what happens if you have no terminal. I don't want it to report that. I want it to report, you misconfigured me, please fix it. So, example of configuration. I think I'm going too fast. It's really a 20-minute talk, by the way. So the top is a JSON blob of how we describe our existing configuration, and that's for the dev system, so those lovely secure passwords. The dev system would be our host is DB, the database name is statement processor, the user and password are both processor. What I would like is for the bottom config to work, that if I say that the password is null, i.e. undefined, undef, that the system will merrily prompt me for a password and then carry on. I can see the evil eye isn't looking at me. The evil eye's gone bonkers. Okay, you can't see me, never mind. So we have all our code through a DB module. I would like to take the existing database module and pretty much have that first line, my $pass, and add the next bit as my minimal change. If the password is undefined, then I should call my prompt function, which for reasons of debugging later, or testing later, sorry, I'm going to pass in the logging object, and I want to pass it two pieces of information. The prompt, the thing I said of if we got it wrong, hey, I'm production system, password is missing from configuration, or if it's the dev system, I would like it to helpfully tell me what username and host name it thinks I'm connecting to, because there are different passwords for the different systems, and I want to know the right one, what I'm being asked for. So that's the minimal modification I wanted to make to my production code, was to add that $pass / equals. And so on production, it will report that the password is missing, and on TTY, it will ask for the password. Okay, so next. My prompt subroutine, and this is pretty much the existing work code. With code review, we found a better way to do this recently, or a tighter way to do it. I want my prompt subroutine to be take the logging object, the string that fails if the terminal doesn't open, and the prompt message if we're in the good situation. I've got a complete sanity check for the arguments. You should obviously never hit that, but your error reporting is going to be so hard if that isn't there. I want that to fail in dev very, very early. To avoid repetition, I've pulled the name of the terminal. It's always that. Ah, yes, I forgot to say earlier. This is Unix, or all Unix systems, it's not Plan 9. The file system, the same file system is available to everybody. So if you are an interactive process, sure, devtty exists, you can open it. If you're a non-interactive process, devtty still exists. You don't have a -e test and say, oh, it's not there. It's the same thing. It's a character special file, and your excitement is whether you are able to open it or not. If you're a non-interactive process, you don't have a controlling terminal. If you attempt to open this device file name, it will return with an error code, and I think it was EIO, but I can't remember. It's in the test later, I think. You get a particular weirdo error code. And so how this works is we attempt to open the file handle, and if it doesn't open, there's error handling, which basically says, is this what I expected, or is it really something really, really weird? And then otherwise we display the prompt code, which grabs the password and we return. Okay, that's easy. I wrote this. Cool, I thought. But how do I test this? Dev.tty always exists. It fails on open if you are a non-interactive session. If you're testing on the continuous integration system, or if you're on production, you are a non-interactive session. This is great, because a module exists, IOPTY, yes, a pseudo terminal, which will create pseudo terminals. So on the continuous integration system, I can write a test that uses IOPTY to create a pseudo terminal, and I can test opening the terminal and with the pseudo under the pseudo terminal, and is good. And without creating, first of all, I can test opening normally and it will fail, and then I can do it in a block where I've done this, and it will succeed, and I can test this. But say I want to test it on my laptop, where in a shell window where there is a terminal. How do I drop my terminal to test it? How do I fake that case of no TTY failing to open? And that is where we get to on this talk. This is the thing that the module is trying to do. So I looked. There's nothing on CPAN. Now, I know that daemons, when you start a daemon on Unix, it drops the terminal. This is kind of old school for at least 30 years. It's in Stevens, and I did take a book of advanced Unix and looked up Stevens. And the dance is roughly what I knew. You fork a child process. You call set SID to create a new session ID. And if you're a proper daemon, you fork a second time to lose your parent. And you are now in a new process group, and you don't have a terminal. It really is that simple. Okay, I could do that in Perl. How hard can that be? Yeah, exactly. There was a bit more nuance than that. So what I'm trying to achieve is this kind of fakery. I want, much like the test exception type code, I want a routine called without TTY, which takes a code block. There is a prototype to force that to be an anonymous subroutine. And whatever situation it is in, see that code? I want it to fail to open dev.tty and always get to 6 times 9. So the return 42 is never reached because I wanted to fail to open TTY, and I wanted to return to where my comment says we should get here. I want it to get there and return 6 times 9, and my answer test will be successful by returning 54 if my maths is right. I'm not trusting my maths today. And I want something that achieves that. So I set off to implement that. As I said, you fork, you set session ID. This is total fakery. It really does need to create a child process. There is no magic here. It's just a clever, I don't know. It's a brute force attempt to make it look like there isn't a child process as best we can. So we absolutely have to fork and call set session ID. We don't actually have to fork again because we don't want to get rid of our parent. So the ... is where we run the user code. And then in the parent, we wait for the child process to end. So this thing is not asynchronous in that sense. Creates a child, lets the child run, waits for it to finish. Implementation. Well, for my testing purposes, I actually needed to test exceptions. So, okay, I shall throw those down a pipe from the child to the parent. The other thing I can do relatively easily is I get the child return code, process exit code. So that's the return value from your called thing. If the child dies with the signal, it certainly shouldn't do that. The parent catches those, and the module immediately reports that as test failure. And the module tries to send all signals to the child. That is the implementation for the reasons that follow, and that means there's a whole lot of limitations. You cannot have side effects. You are a forked child. Anything in your memory is independent of the parent. If you pass in a reference and then change the contents of the reference, your parent won't see it. Sorry, we can't do that. If you change any global state, well, that's 2 copies of global state and this one gets thrown away. Sorry, we can't do that. I'm confusing the camera by waving my arms. This becomes a moment in the next slide about test counts. As I said, exceptions, well, what can I do? I can't return exception objects. Well, I mean, you could by creating complicated ways of serializing them with serial storable or your favorite serializer. I didn't need that, and I wanted to keep it simple, so there's always string exceptions. Of course, I fell over this when I tried to write some test code, which was being clever, and then remembered I've only got strings and had to do that. As I said, the function, your little block's return value is integer and uses the process return code. And the reason we're forwarding signals is because if you didn't do this, and your test is slow in the child and the parent is waiting for it, and you hit Control-C because you're really annoyed, Control-C kills the parent, bye-bye parent, child is still there, keeps on trucking, and some point it might do something and spew over your terminal, or do the thing you didn't want it to do. So the forwarding of signals, I said, as the implementation, is really to try to get Control-C to work, and it kind of does. I don't think Control-Z, like background it, works properly. I'm not trying to fix that. I was really trying to fix the Control-C case. So, I proposed to put this on CPAN, and I learned a thing. I'd written the tests with just regular test more. And I got some really useful feedback from Exodus, Chad Granum, I think it is. He's the author of test 2. And my code looked like the top. Because as I said, you forked a child, and the test count in test more is global state. So, test 1, test 2, OK 1, OK 2. This runs 3 and 4, OK 3, OK 4. If you didn't do anything and you run another test here, well, this thinks that 2 was the last thing it saw. It'll print out OK 3. So output, start together, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. This is seen as a big error by the test harness. So what you have to do is, if you don't know about the magic, you test builder new, you get a copy of the singleton that's behind test more. You ask it, what was our current test count? For my arm wave example, it would have said, you've just run 2. You would call without TTY, and I wrote my subroutine that ran 2 tests. I then returned 2. There's a don't repeat yourself violation here. I wrote 2 tests, I returned 2. I then call in the parent, I update the test count and say, oh, by the way, I ran 2 tests, which means the current test is where we were plus 2. And yeah, there's a whole lot of boilerplate. And he said, look, use test 2. It's that. Use test 2 IPC, magic. Well, sufficiently advanced technology. And so that was fine. I thought, but now I have a new dependency. And I thought about and went, one of my other dependencies, so I'm going to have to pull this into the work tool chain, and oh no, it's already in core at this point. And something else depends on it. So half of CPAN modules, by the time you've installed anything like Moo or Moose or anything, you've got this in tree already. Even if you're earlier than the version of Perl that has it in the core, I think it's 5.26, because there's some point where where the implementation of regular test more is pushed over onto test 2. So you can pretty much use that already if you're using anything vaguely modern or anything more than about 2 CPAN modules. And as you can see, it makes the code so much simpler. Now, what you're expecting, and I know what my timing is, this is actually a 20-minute talk, is, well, here's the live demo, but I mean, there isn't. You can go look at the code on CPAN. I could basically show you in a terminal I'm running the regression tests. I don't see that's very useful, and it's kind of whatever. So I mean, I got some sample questions. Do bears defecate in the woods? Yeah. Is it on CPAN? Yeah. Are we hiring? Apparently, yeah. Do any other questions? And I've been trained, microphones are needed, I'm sure. I scared you all. Really? So on the previous version of this talk, we didn't have the URL for we're hiring, so there was a Rickroll. I will assure you that this is not Rick Astley singing, but I'm not promising you anything else. Really, no one has a question? I guess we all wrap up then. Thank you. No questions. I'm still live on the stream. Hello, world! Didn't feel right either way.
No,
okay.
announce this to them. That's what they've got. And something else as well.
Try to finish. Wait for it.
Good luck. Or breaking it.
Thank you.
Good stay. I'm sorry.
I have some live demos, so we'll see how it goes.
Break a leg, that's horrible. I don't know what the camera did.
Yes, I think it looked at me at one point.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which one would be best to use. This here or this one? This is more reliable? Or?
Yeah.
All right. And I can move around more, right?
Yep. You've got a screen mirror on that.
Yes, I noticed that yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
That's really useful. That's really cool.
Yes. Probably I can prevent turning around because I can see everything. All right. Thank you. I noticed. Good luck. Looks like it automatically moves.
Sorry, you are Ferenc or Peter?
Ferenc Erki, yes.
Oh, right, they changed completely.
There has been some changes, I believe, yes, but at least not for the last day.
Oh, right.
I think. But yeah. It's not mirroring yet, so I wait for them to provide some support. Yeah. I think it's just a general placeholder for the stream, right? there someone here in the room who is familiar with these systems? So maybe I can just like go ahead with the mirroring. Don't leave it on the last minute.
Only thing we need to do is change the picture.
Sorry?
The only thing we need to do is change the
Yes, is that like a laptop one or something?
Yes.
Can we try? I think it is set up correctly now. Let's like try. There's like. All right. Looks like it works. What I wish to ask is like, is this readable enough even from the back? Like bright enough, large enough? I can still change it. If it's good, it stays. What I can do is like go with the dark one, but I think that's too dark, right? So that's
also too small.
That's also too small. Like whenever I reset it, I have to like go for the. Yeah. So maybe the projector can be turned down in the brightness a little.
Let's see. Like no. Nothing for that.
Oh, and I should wear these as well, right? Is it on the right side?
Yes.
Yep. Like this. Is it on or should I press something?
It is on. It should be on.
It says on off, I think.
Okay.
Can we test it?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, if I talk now, like, do you hear me in the speakers? Yeah, or maybe I should also speak up a little. Yeah, all right. I'll try to just like put it in the pocket. That should work.
It's okay.
Thank you. All right, the clock says 11:30, so let's start, I guess. Everyone had some time to come here from other talks. I'm FErki, and today I'd like to talk about Rex and some use cases and various patterns with it. And first I would like to thank you for every participant, all the organizers, partners, speakers and attendees to make this event possible. I find it very nice to have an in-person conference again with all the Perl and Koha folks. Also, happy CPAN Day. I think several years ago, I think maybe in 1995, August 16 was the first ever upload of a module to CPAN. So it's very nice that we have an event that coincides with that. In this talk, we will have a couple of sections. First, I would like to talk about some introduction to Rex in general. This is about what I find a good mindset to be in when we talk about or think about Rex. And then also we'll give you some more like practical examples in the second part about a quick start with Rex. And I would like to finish with some inspiration for more advanced use cases. Between each sections, I will pause for questions if you need to need something clarified. So feel free to ask. But also, like during the talk, if something is like entirely unclear or I should change something, just let me know, please. So let's start with the actual topic. I know some of you in the room might be already familiar with Rex, but I would like to ask everyone, like, do you already use Rex or know what it is? Any of you? All right, a couple of people. All right, so that's good to have the introduction part for the rest of us. And what other software you heard or know about in configuration management topics and infrastructure automation? There are many in this field. I was just curious, like, what are you familiar with, perhaps? There were a couple of talks about Ansible. There will be a talk about Ansible after this as well. Any takes? Experience with others, please?
Well, I have experience mostly with Ansible and a bit of Puppet.
Yeah, Puppet. Yep.
About CF Engine, about
CF Engine, right?
Another one, I don't recall the name, but it's basically like Rex in Python. Oh, sorry, bit late. Yeah, SaltStack, Puppet, Chef, Capistrano, Terraform, CF Engine, and several others, and don't quite recall at this moment.
Yeah, thanks for this quick collection of this. Looks like you had a bit of an experience with many of them, and that's what I also collected. And on the screen, like, those are the most popular ones in my experience, and more often used or well known. So these are the topic we are going to talk with. Rex is also active in this space, basically. So if you are familiar with some of those tools, some of the concepts would be already familiar here as well. It's more like just like solving it in the Perl world and with our own trade-offs. Rex was originally started in 2010 to solve parallel deployment problems, which was not really possible back then, I believe, with Capistrano, what you also mentioned. So initially it was branded as a deployment management tool. And since many of the capabilities required to do so, such deployments can also be easily extended or reused for other things, it became a more generic configuration management tool. And as we got a lot more contributors and like features added, after a while we started to call it a framework for system administration and data center automation. But as you can feel, this is like getting very long and like more and more generic. So we decided to just rebrand it a little a couple of years ago, and we call it the Friendly Automation Framework. And I would like to explain why we consider it the friendly one. And like, it's about automation, we already established that, and like why it is more like a framework than a tool. Those are the main values in Rex when we develop it, and also when we talk about it with others, especially during introductions. I think it's like very good to be aware of these main guidelines, and these are, it's just Perl, easy to get on board, and puts you in charge. Let's talk about the is just Perl aspect first. I believe that is like one of the main strengths of the approach we take with Rex. And the basis of that is Rex code is just Perl code. And it's best to start with like considering how other tools approach their own solutions, and because most tools decide to create their own custom DSLs. And because of that, often common programming concepts such as loops and conditions become added later as an afterthought. And I heard this term about this phenomena, like they become accidental programming languages. If you were at the Ansible talk yesterday, or maybe we already had this discussion with some of you on the hallway track, a common expression we hear about, for example, when working with Ansible, is like it feels like programming in YAML. And the basis of that, or I think the root cause of that feeling, is more like using a data interchange format, that is YAML, to implement some logic. And that's where it might feel a bit like there might be a gap in the experience and expectation. Just to follow up on some of the examples from yesterday's talk from Stefan. For example, with Ansible,
when you write YAML-based logic, that's how you could create a custom directory. You use the file module, you specify the path you want, and what's the desired state. It's the directory. But if you want to extend it, you need to create multiple directories. You have to add more, and with items, that becomes a loop basically, and so it creates 3 directories. But you may want to do it only on Ubuntu, so you have to also add conditions and checks. So it can grow in this direction, other tools had similar paths during their development, in my experience. For example, if you're familiar with Terraform, there was a big change between version 0.11 and 0.12. They added a lot more features and revamped a lot of internals, so a lot of value was added. But what I found personally interesting is they started to support loops and conditions. So it was kind of again the same story like with other similar tools. Puppet also had this on journey into Ruby DSL and then back there to their Puppet DSL. So it looks like this is a common pattern when various automation efforts try to map the real world into their own custom DSLs. And then sooner or later, they probably reach the limitations and then decide to just grow it to support these common use cases, especially as the community around it and the user base around it grows. So coming from that direction, and in contrast to that, I think that's why it's a great strength of Rex, that it is just Perl, because we are 100% compatible with Perl code, and Perl itself is already a battle-tested mature language, also includes loops and conditions out of the box. It's not an afterthought, but a first-class citizen. And it also allows us to build on top of the already existing vast ecosystem around it. So we can use the same editors, syntax highlighting, linting, testing, formatting, and also the publishing tools, authoring tools can be the same. So we do not have to invent it from scratch just for the purposes of Rex, but we can already reuse this vast ecosystem. I think, especially in a completely volunteer-driven project, that is a huge advantage. It also means that Rex is seamlessly extensible with your own custom code, or even from CPAN. So whenever the built-in features end and you reach some limitations, it should not stop you, but enable you to just continue with your own, and hopefully you might even consider contributing back if you have some nice solutions. And also through the power of CPAN, after all, it's not just Perl. There are modules on CPAN that allows you to use any other programming languages, or most other programming languages. There's an inline family of modules. I think that's Python, C, Java, a lot of them are supported. But also the FFI Platypus module. I think that's more like Rust and Go support through a slightly different interface, this foreign function call interface. So I think that's why this is one of the main values of the approach we take with Rex. The second big topic here is it should be easy to get on board, meaning Rex, I consider Rex instantly usable because it's already packaged in many popular operating systems like Debian, Ubuntu, Fedora, so on. I also package it for Gentoo, but that might still require, management access to the machine where you want to run it. But since it's just Perl code and it's published on CPAN, you can just install it in your home directory, and whether you are on Windows, Mac, or Linux, you can use it. And it also only relies on SSH as an agent for remote management. That is most probably already in your stack if you are dealing with remote management problems. Maybe not in all infrastructures, for sure, but it's a very common one. And this easy to get started, the easy to get on board idea is also important because you can start using it without big rollout processes, or maybe even convincing any other people on your team or on your management, just to get started with like automating your own work to be more efficient and like more precise with your own tasks. Actually, that's also how I started using Rex about 10, 11 years ago. I just wanted to, don't repeat myself by following the same script and same documentation. And when I discovered Rex, I just ported those steps I needed to do on a given day to Rex code, and the next day I could afford to just like run the same task again. And also it enabled me to share it with my teammates, so they could also profit from it whenever they got curious, like how I can do it faster than they do. And this is what I mean by the last point. Like, I consider Rex in a pretty ideal situation for incremental automation. You don't have to like solve all your problems and like all the infrastructure management in a pre-existing environment, but like you can start small and just like automate what you have to do today and add more later, essentially converting any Rex-based project into a standard software development project, right? So requirements change, and then you follow up with them and implement what you need. And last but not least, we also have this value, or like in the philosophy around Rex, like it should put you in charge, meaning we recognize there are no silver bullets when it comes to infrastructure management, and because of that, Rex tries hard to don't force any specific model on you, and instead trust you to be in the best position to decide what you need to solve and how you want to solve it. So in that sense, it's just like a different trade-off, right? But in essence, it gives you the building blocks to build your own tool. So that is like underlying the framework nature of it. So there are no, so of course there are some built-ins that might help you with common tasks, but you can also override them anytime. But this is one of the best things about it for me, that I can just build whatever my situation needs instead of following a predefined pattern decided by others, right? So I don't have to fit my problems into the model, but I can find a solution for my problems. And the combination of all that is why we started to call Rex the friendly one, the friendly automation framework, because it doesn't really care too much about it. It's friendly to every possible use case we encountered so far. And especially if you're already active in the infrastructure or configuration management world, it might ring some bell, like various models, like push and pull style models, or imperative and declarative models. Let me just explain this a bit. Like in a push model, you have a central place of management, and for example, over SSH, you connect to remotely managed endpoints and configure them and check the results. In a pull model, that is like more like, for example, Puppet follows a pull model. There's a central server, and the agents are running on all the remote endpoints, and periodically they check in, pull the configuration they need to apply locally, and check if they should do something or not. Rex itself doesn't care about this. You can implement both. And also, like imperative versus declarative might be interesting here. Like by imperative, I mean like go to this endpoint, run this command, and do it. Meaning like, please create a directory. Versus the declarative is more like describing more like a resource. Like there should be a directory named this, and it should be a directory in the file system, not a file. So declaring the desired end state, and then the tool should go there and figure it out whether it's like already existing or not, or maybe it's a file already, but it should ensure and enforce this desired state. Also, usually providing idempotency, so you could run the same code again and again, and it should recognize whether it's like already at the desired state, and then may choose to do nothing or just report that, yeah, it's already like that. But if there are like some configuration drift, it should recognize that and correct it and should enforce it back to the desired state. So Rex itself is friendly to all these different use cases and ideas. It has less opinions about them and provides these building blocks for you, so you can choose which one fits your problem. And as a bonus, it's all open source under Apache 2 license, and already mentioned, like we are completely volunteer driven. Over the past 13 years, I think we have like 120 plus contributors. So it's, you are also welcome to join the party on our channels. So that was the first section about the introduction. Do you have any questions about the things so far that I should explain more?
Well, the first thing that comes to my mind is how...
Please wait for the microphone.
So Olli Kivilahti from Hypernova. The first question that popped up in my head is how can you compete with all the modules Ansible has? That's a huge ecosystem and all the modules for everything, and you have to port this all to Perl.
Yes, that's a good question. And one answer to this is like we don't. And there are multiple reasons for that. On one is like the community, I think, is still much smaller than the Ansible community. And that is partly because Ansible is a commercial project backed by Red Hat since 2015, I think. So they bought the code and the developers around it, right? So there was a company established already to support Ansible, and we are completely volunteer driven. So that puts us into a slightly different change, and that's why I also like encourage people using Rex to publish their code with the standard, or publish their solutions with the standard Perl approach. They do not have to learn anything new if they are already familiar with Perl. And also this framework nature, I think, is relevant here. This kind of approach, I think, largely encourages people to just think hard about their problems and then finding solutions quickly for them. So it enables them to go fast, but it is often a viable solution only for them, or at least that's how they perceive it. So I know about many commercial uses, but relative to that, I also see that like comparably not that many contributions coming back or getting published. It seems like changing in the past years, so there are more and more modules from third parties on CPAN itself, or if you search around GitHub for Rex files, you can find solutions. But I think those are the main differences and like leading to this like, I don't know, call it imbalance maybe. But the background is largely different, and I think that's one of the effects on this.
Thank you.
Any more questions about the intro? Yes, please.
My question is, what's the minimum Perl version needed, and does it, which operating systems are supported?
Excellent question, thank you. It was not part of the introduction. It's explained in detail in your contribution guide, and there are two main things to differentiate between. One is for operating system supports, like where Rex is supposed to run, and also like what Rex is supposed to manage. It's not necessarily the same thing, right? So what we test on is Linux. So we have a GitHub Actions based testing. So we test every change on Ubuntu. So that's the Linux testing part, and on Mac and on Windows. So all the major platforms. And we also heavily rely on and say a lot of thank you for CPAN testers. They also provide a lot of, especially more exotic systems through their testing, like Solaris, FreeBSD, Open, all the BSDs basically, not just FreeBSD, Sigwin, so it's like more like the less used ones. And also for what we have less means to support as a community, but we do get active feedback that yes, the test suite passes, so it should work. Managing things is a slightly different topic. So there are a lot of built-ins mostly for Unix-based systems. So I would say all the larger operating systems are well supported, like Debian-based systems, including Ubuntu, or RPM Red Hat-based systems, including Fedora, used to be CentOS as well, and some of the flavors like Alma Linux, Rocky Linux, so that family. Also BSDs, and managing Windows is, I would say, that is the less developed part nowadays. That's just like, I'm not aware of anyone in the community working actively on that, but every new development is supposed to be able to locally manage Windows, which gives us a lot more confidence if whenever we have to walk the last mile and like maybe start supporting some remote management capabilities on Windows. So it's like contributions are welcome. There's even a GitHub issue about that, like help wanted. I personally don't use Windows, so I have less visibility into what might be missing, but I'm very happy to support anyone stepping up and needing this in production or for their use cases. And back to the Perl versions, we currently require Perl 5.12 as a minimum to run it. And we are actively testing on all these operating systems I mentioned earlier, all the minor releases since 5.12. So there's a quite big matrix to run, but it did prove useful, catching very weird bugs over the time. So we run it on every change, basically, to make sure we are not accidentally breaking even older systems. Oh yeah, and Perl on the managed systems is not directly required, although if present, often Rex makes good use of it. So it tries to see if Perl would be available there and just tries to fall back to different methods if it is not available. So I wouldn't call it a hard dependency for many or even most use cases. And I think it's 5.8 is assumed, so like nothing fancy. Yep, I think that is all around this topic. All right, thanks for the question. All right, let's go forward. If there are no questions. The next part is more about the code itself, like how does it look like working with Rex, and how to get started even. I also try to include some live demo and actually run some of the examples. We'll see how that goes, but I think the main part, like the code itself and the commands you execute, is already there. I did have to convert some of my examples in the past days due to the limitations on this network, but I do have like locally running virtual machines now, so probably it should work well. So first of all, let's just do some ad hoc usage. That was also part of the talks yesterday, and this is like commonly used. We don't want to write some complicated code, but the same way as with Perl, it's possible to just like evaluate some ad hoc commands on the command line. You can do the same with Rex. So Rex is a script to run Rex-based solutions. If you don't want to exclusively use it as a library, for example, and it's a common way to interact with the code or with ad hoc use cases. So -E is for evaluation, and let's just say hello world. It should run locally, as also indicated by the first line. There was a task from the evaluation line, and it is running on local. And there's the output, hello world, as expected. And it also reports like all tasks were successful on all hosts. It was only a single host this time and a single task. So that is the general output and the workflow, but it's probably much more interesting if you start to writing it down. Pretty much the same way that with make, you have a make file. With Rex, we have a Rex file. I like that it's a bit less typing, but otherwise it's the same concept. And how does a Rex file look like? First, it's usually like use Rex, like with any other Perl module. And I highly recommend using descriptions for the tasks. So let's just describe this task with like say hello, that's what it does. And then we define our first task. The task keyword is the first one there. We give it a name, let's call it hello. and then it is followed by an anonymous subroutine. So again, as you can see, complete per compatible syntax. This is the task definition itself. And then inside the subroutine, we can define all the task steps. In this case, it's just like saying hello world. And it actually has an exclamation mark now. And that's it. That's our first task. Let's try to run it. First, try to get a list of Rex tasks. And as you can see, I prepared a couple of more things that we can run during this talk. And hello is one of them here. And there's the description, say hello. And this is like minus uppercase T is like the task list, like give me the task list. If I try to run it with Rex hello, that again runs as expected. The logging lines are slightly different to note that it is coming from a task definition, not from the command line, but it is still running on the local host, outputting the expected hello world string, and then reporting the results. As I mentioned, I prepared a couple of virtual machines. One of them is called Helsinki, and I want to run the same task on a remote over SSH. For that, I should specify what the target is. That is on the command line, possible with the minus uppercase H, short for host. So this command should run the same hello task on the Helsinki host. Let's try to run it too. That's for password. All right. Maybe I should skip it. I don't want to do too much debugging, but that is what would run it on the remote. All those were like pretty simple use cases, like not really doing too many actions. But what are the really interesting ones are like the real core competencies of any configuration management system is basically these two: be able to run commands and manage files, and everything else is practically an abstraction on top. So that's what I would like to show, how to do this with Rex. And that's where I also consider it's really important that it's just Perl code. Perl feels very ideal for both of these domains. So running a command, again, starts with the description, say hello from a host. Let's call it hello from, and run the hostname command with this line, and save the output in a scalar. Let's call it my $hostname, and then just say it, right? Use it in a string. So I can run it locally, and if you wish, I can still try some debugging for the remote examples. If you prefer that, that would have been really nice if it works out of the box, or I can show it later to you if you want. So your choice, but I don't want to hold up too much of the time. Should I try to reset things or? All right, I try. I think it's just about my keys are stored in GPG, and I think something was garbled out there. So I try to run this. No, it's still. I can try to. Oh, okay. So I know the password. All right, so this is a bit of an unexpected part of the demo. Sorry about that. But as you can see, when the key-based authentication was not immediately possible, I tried to keep things simple and not bring password management into it. But with specific backend modules, it can prompt for it interactively. So to provide a fallback. It's also like possible to force it that like, please don't do that, just fail instead. But as you can see, the hello from task was running on the host named Helsinki now, and the output of the hostname command inside the host over SSH was Helsinki, so it retrieved it successfully and could use it in a string through saving it in a variable. And again, everything was successful, so we are looking for this like green signs along the way. All right. We are actually having two hosts defined on my machine because in most practical use cases there are more than one machine to manage. I just try to keep it to the minimum of plurals to have multiple machines. Like I define 2, so there's Helsinki, a Helsinki 2. And with the group keyword, I can define a group of hosts. And let's call it demo hosts in this example. And that allows me to run the same tasks on multiple endpoints. I will probably have multiple password prompts, so I will try to be fast in typing it. Yeah, that's one, that was the first host. And now it's the second host. So what we could see, it went through the list of hosts as defined, one by one, and executed the same task, and it could retrieve the different host names and like allowed me to do something useful with it, in this case just print it. Where it gets more interesting is what I mentioned in the introduction, but one of the original reasons to start developing Rex was like a parallel deployment capabilities. So now we have 2 hosts. It might be interesting to try to do it in parallel on 2 hosts, like execute the same task. With that, we have this -t, lowercase t, that's like short for threads. And I have 2 hosts, so I try to run it with a thread count of 2. So you can see the tasks are already executed on both, but still waiting for the first one for the password prompt. So that was 1. And yes, this is the test password. That is common in the Rexword for testing, because some built-in features could rely on that and change upon provisioning. So I just use a standard Rex testing VM here. All right, but something might be garbled up, so let's not wait for the other one. But the same idea is available with a slightly different thread count called max. Sometimes I cannot know in advance how many machines are there. I just want to do it as fast as possible. So if I have groups with 10 members, the thread count should be 10 for the maximum speed, while with other groups, the group count might be just 3, so it could be dynamically adapted with -t max. Otherwise, it works the same as specifying 2. So that was about running commands, and the other core capability is like managing a file. So for that, what I wish to prepare and show you is something like time-based, just to prove that like it is running right now. So for that, I first import timepiece, that's part of core, to interact with timestamps and dates in a convenient way. And again, this is, I think, a good demonstration that you can just use any CPAN module or like whatever is part with, of core, just import it as usual. Again, we have a task description. Let's manage this file example. Let's call it this task manage file. And by default, I specify it should run on the host Helsinki. This is a way to enforce default targets for tasks. It could also be a group or a host or a list of hosts. This feature is most useful in very specific use cases, like for example inside my own organizations. But I personally find it better to leave things open for modules and tasks that are supposed to be used by others, like especially published open source, right? Because then you can specify and also must specify where to run. But it is possible that it is a task that must run on the Helsinki host and nowhere else. That is the intent of the author. There is a way for that. So that is the default target now. First, I just specify which file I want to write to, and I retrieve the current timestamp. And this is the file management command inside Rex. So this is the declarative style and also idempotent. I describe it basically as a resource. It's a file type resource named /temp/example. That is the full path to the file I desire to create. And then I can specify my content and just use the timestamp there and say hello Helsinki. So this is the content of the file after it is created. It is possible to add more options to the file command, like enforce permissions, ownership, and so on. not just the content. But as a last step here, I would like to just show like get the output to prove that we wrote something into it. So let's try to run it locally first. Oh no, it's on Helsinki, right? Because that's the default target. So we can connect there, and as you can see, the timestamp is like right now. So this file was created right now and was actually written on the remote host. But I can also do that same with the local host by using again the same override mechanism on the command line. And since the default host for this task is currently a remote, the machine called Helsinki, if I want to override for local execution, I have two choices. One is to connect to my local host over SSH, I can do that, or specify this otherwise invalid special placeholder called local. As you could see in the first example, it's like that's what Rex internally uses to represent local execution. So let's try to create the file on my machine too. Yeah, that also worked. And it did not ask for password, that's good. So it was a local execution, not over SSH. Running it on a group of hosts is a matter of the similar approach, but instead of -h, just -g for group. I can try to run it, but it might also fail somehow on the password prompts. Oh no, okay, no, it prompts for both. As you can see, it is running on both hosts and like always writing the current timestamp at the time of execution on that host, right? What I think is relevant here is to stop for an extra thought about the file resource and introduce the on-change hooks. Because what we did is like create a file, write a specific content into it, and then just like read back that content. That means we are using, since we are using a timestamp-based content, it will change on every execution. So it gives us a nice opportunity to just use an on-change hook for the file resource and specify yet another code reference to do the same. Like, please run this command, cat $file, and say the output. So it will only run whenever there's a change on the file. With the current approach, it would change with every execution. Maybe if you can execute faster than a second, it would stay the same, but otherwise it would be executed. This is very handy, for example, to reload some applications whenever the configuration file changes, and we will go to such an example later. One of my main examples where it all comes together is about like configuring something that is more useful than just like reporting the host name and like creating a file. And for that I chose a software package called Crony. It's similar to NTP if you're not familiar with it. It's about like synchronizing time and keeping the proper time on servers. And I chose it because on one hand it's very simple to manage and install. It's just one package to install, one file to configure, and one service to run. And those are the main steps of any like software lifecycle management, right? The fourth one could be like decommissioning, where we stop and deinstall it. But let's just focus on the first three for now. It also good example, I think, for this because it's quite different than any of the Perl stuff we usually talk about at this conference. So I think that helps with like keeping a fresh mind. So for installing packages, we would need to escalate our privileges and use sudo or connect with root. That's also possible. And if we use sudo for our commands, we also should specify what's the sudo password. Because most of the time, sudo interactively prompts for it, like you should enter your sudo password to gain your extra privileges to install packages. And in case there's no sudo password, like on my VMs, it can be left empty, but it has to be specified like, yes, this is intentional, right? So that's about the setup part. Then we can create our task as usual. Get a description, name it Crony, And the first one on a Debian or Ubuntu-based machine, it would be a run command and call apt-get install cron to install the package. Then we could install a file. No, we are not writing content directly, but like use a source file. Like please copy this file over there, or make sure that these two files are the same. That's about the configuration. And then we should start the cron service to get it running. So those are the three main steps of the life cycle. Although there are a lot of possible bugs with this approach. Can you spot some of them? What could be the risks with this, like, let's say, direct approach using the run commands? Apt-get would fail, yes, or prompt, right? That's pretty close to that. Let's go through these risks and how Rex can manage that. So first, what I collected is like error handling. So, like you said, it could fail, so we should check for the return code, whether it's like success or not. And if not, we probably want to throw an exception with die. And we would have to do that for all run commands. That wouldn't scale too much. So what we can do is check the Rex documentation and check for die. And as you can see, there's a feature flag, exec auto die. Let's check what it does. And it says, like, if you execute the command with run, Rex will automatically die if the command returns a non-success, right? That sounds like exactly what we want. So what we can do is, instead of use Rex, just enable this feature flag. That helps us with error checking, and it will stop execution at the first problem. It is very similar to bash set error exit, right, or set -e. The next one is like unattended installation. It's often not as easy as one may think at first. So this form, apt-get install cron, might ask for human input. You have to press yes, that I do want to install it. So we should actually add the extra command line option, -yes, assume yes. But actually we have to add one more, because that might still prompt depending on the underlying dpkg configuration. Even then, we have to add several environment variables to make it really unattended. First, check the listbox frontend and the list changes frontend and Debian frontend non-internet. So, isn't there a better way to do that? So let's check the documentation again. We want to deal with packages. We can see that there are built-in functionality about managing packages, Rex commands pkg. So let's go to there. And what we can see, we can specify the pkg keyword, name of the package, and ensure it's present or it's on our latest version and so on. So let's try to use that instead, meaning all that previous boilerplate becomes just this. The next one, we forget to sync the package definition first. So if it's like a fresh machine, there might be no package definitions yet. We have to run apt-get update. Or if it was synced a long time ago, again, we might get outdated packages. But the same problem is there. We should expect human inputs and like try to suppress them in an automated way. So we again don't want to repeat it. There's a built-in function for that, update package db. And as you can see, the name of these functions are like really independent from the machines. So Rex, when starts to manage an endpoint, tries to figure it out what type of system it is. And if it's a Debian one, it tries to use apt. If it's a Fedora one, it tries to use yum or Gentoo emerge and so on. So that is, I think, where a lot of value comes from the Rex abstractions. Again, around the services, we can do the same, not just start the service, but we want to run it on boot. When we reboot the machine, we still want it running, because the time synchronization is important. So we can check the commands again, and we would find the Rex command service module, which explains we can use a very similar construct: service, keyword, name of the service, and specify the state we want. Like ensure started means it should start it now, and you should start it on reboot. And again, under the hood, it figures it out, what's the service management system on the managed endpoint, whether it's like system control or initv or OpenRC. It can use all that and abstracts it away from you. that allows us to convert the previous task, let's call that like more like a naive approach with direct run commands, to the built-in features. So that is using, let's say, the Rex way of doing things, using the built-in abstractions to do to create portable tasks, and it would be able to run on many different operating systems or even locally, not just over SSH. What we missed in this example is like we are using a file, so that is the file content. It's just like please use the Finnish pool of NTP servers. That's the same configuration for Crony as for NTP. And I can try to run it on Helsinki. Oh, it's not prompting now. All right, that's different. Let's just cancel it and try to run it again. No, no prompt now. All right. So I was not entirely successful with converting my examples to the virtual machine yet. Sorry about that. But it would do all the steps as specified. Sync the package definitions, and then install the package, deploy the file, and then start the service. What we can do at this point, and since it's just Perl, is to try to split this big task up into smaller phases. Like first one is about Crony setup, so package installation goes there. Second could be Crony configure, to just ensure the configuration. And then we manage the service, and maybe we can even add the check command, like please return the status of this service as a last step. As you can see, the prefix is always Crony underscore. That kind of hints me that it should go into a module on its own and use just a namespace for it. So we can create a Rex demo Crony package in the, again, the usual Perl ways. So we define this namespace and import Rex first with the -base feature. That's a more limited set of imports that is ideal for module development. But otherwise the tasks are the same minus the prefixes. It might get a little wrong. No, it fits on the screen exactly. Nice. So once I have this module, I can go back to my Rex file and just require it as a module, right? So all the tasks from the module would become part of the solution that is imported by the Rex file. So you might at this point start developing various modules for your use cases, like you might need to manage Nginx or Apache for web servers, or Postgres MySQL for databases. You could have your own separated namespaces for that, and through the Rex demo Crony namespace, the middle part, the demo, could signify that yes, this is a local solution, like this is only for my company, for example, or for my organization. And preparing for open sourcing it, just in case, could be as simple as removing this middle part from the namespace. Yes, please.
Why do you require the module and not use it?
You can also use it, but there's like nothing really exported, so require is enough.
Okay.
That's the minimum code that is needed.
So there's no special magic happening on use that you want to avoid, it's just you can use both of them.
No, Rex parses the whole configuration based on the Rex file and then makes sure that everything ends up at the right namespace, so there's nothing else to do on the Perl side there. And again, I mentioned the on-change hook before. We could just like specify that whenever this file changes, please restart the service. So then again, normally it would do nothing whenever I run it, but whenever I want to specify new servers, it will just restart the service. At this point, this is how I would run the whole setup, which gets a bit long, as you can see, but it is just like the individual task in a sequence. First the setup, configure, execute, check. And instead of running it, I think it's the best place to just show again like the Perl aspect and underline that. Like you can write a single task, let's call it converge, that just iterates over several tasks and runs them, all of them in a for loop. So at this point, you can also like read a list of tasks from any configuration you prefer, or it can come from external systems, as you will see shortly in the next section. That's where it becomes really flexible and also still providing basically a single button management system, right? So this is what we covered already. So there was a lot that was like about the use cases and some of the patterns and anti-patterns, but we saw like local tasks, remote tasks, managing the targets and overriding them, define host groups, execute commands, manage files. Those are the most important ones. Trigger some actions on changes, privilege escalation, and then also how to use the documentation. That's like as a maintainer, I like to underline. We wrote a lot, like often there could be an answer to find, and it's the best is just open them and search for the topics you are interested in. And then of course in the general Perl spirit, we could just like split it into modules and also call some other task in a programmatic way. So that already gives us a lot of flexibility, which is probably like very good for getting started, because I find these are one of the most common use cases. And here we can stop for some questions. Yes, please.
Is it on? Yeah. I have a question that is beyond, a bit beyond the scope of what you've shown. And so I've been using Ansible quite deeply for several years. So there is a feature I would like to ask you about. One thing I use pretty heavily are per host variables. So in the way you can actually specify a list of parameters or variables or information per each host. And also through this is a very not well-known feature of Ansible, you can actually create groups on the basis of these variables dynamically. Is this something that can be done with Rax as well?
The short answer is yes, and maybe since we are also getting a bit time limited, let's just go to the next section for the more advanced use cases.
Okay.
Some of it, like being data driven, is mentioned there. So this is like the section about how to grow from here, from the basics of the initial setup. For example, there is some built-in template support. Probably not all of the hosts should have the exact same configuration files, but like slight local variations are possible. So you can just use any templating engine from CPAN. There's some limited support built in for simple use cases, but I really do recommend to just like rely on solutions who are already doing this much better. We don't want to create yet another templating engine. And then I think this is where it gets interesting for your questions, like various data-driven approaches are possible. You could get the list of hosts and groups, basically what Ansible calls inventory. You can use some of the built-in modules for various formats like ini, YAML, XML, just run a command and parse the output, or even contact the database. Or you can use any external API. So if you have a central inventory system, it's just Perl. You can ask it via the API and like pass it on to Rex as data. Part of it is like a built-in concept, is the configuration management database. So there's a built-in YAML-based solution, but there are like other modules on CPAN in the Rex CMDB namespace. For example, TOML support is there. Somebody prefer to use that. And by parsing those configuration files essentially as an input, it's possible to create dynamically, for example, one of the host groups, or like based on like, I don't know, amount of memory or location in a data center, you can auto-generate these groups. So that's where, again, I think like being Perl-based is really shining and gives a lot of possibilities. And this is all about like integrating with other systems, even bi-directionally, right? Common use cases to interact with monitoring systems, both for like get the list of hosts from a monitoring system through its API and then use that to drive Rex execution. But also like the last step of a provisioning system based on Rex could be to register the host back into monitoring and start monitoring it. It could also open ways for test-driven infrastructure if you think about it. I create a host, it's not reachable, monitoring has an alert, drives the Rex task to please create this host, and whenever everything is in place, it will switch back to green, and Rex can wait for that and poll for the results, like am I done, am I successful? It's also true for chat systems. ChatOps is like pretty popular in various places. Like you can use Slack or similar or IRC-based systems to trigger execution of Rex commands, and I know a couple of use cases from companies who do it like that. But it's also possible that several tasks are reporting back their execution and their status or end result to a shared channel. That's like, again, any direction is possible because it's just interacting with APIs with your own code. Yes, again, test-driven infrastructure, I already hinted it before. Like there are also a family of Rex test modules. So it's possible to check for assertions, like is this package installed, is this file present, does it have a specific content, and so on. And Rex provisions a new virtual machine, connects to it over SSH, executes a task, and checks the result. So you can do even test-driven development with it. That's what I call test-driven infrastructure in this context, on top of the monitoring-based approach. There's even I think a RSpec-based third-party module on CPAN. It's a bit older. I haven't used it, but I know there were contributions for like other more popular description languages for testing. And in larger environments, it is also possible to use something like a pool style or a hybrid management. As hinted before, if you have a single task to manage everything, it becomes a matter of a cron job, doing a git pull from a central description, and then just run this single task to manage everything locally. That's like implementing a pull-based model. Or especially in larger environments, it becomes interesting to handle retries and in general when encountering error during management, because if you think about it, I don't know, you have 400 hosts, some of them would be down or unreachable at the time of running something centralized. Sorry. So there are like job queues available again on CPAN, Minion or German are like pretty popular ones, and you can seamlessly integrate with any of them. And also, last but not least, there are like some built-in support for task transactions. So pretty much like what you get used to in databases, you can try to run a task, and if there are any errors, run some other steps to return to another previous state, right? So you can do the reverse. For example, for decommissioning services, like we don't need cronID anymore, you could define something like this, like a destroy task, and it could be the default transaction fallback for failures. Like I tried to do it, but let's just come back to no state. And this is the last slide. I just put a lot of links about our channels, about Rex, also about myself, if you wish to contact me and have further questions. And I'm not hiring, but you can hire me. I do offer professional services around Rex as well, but not just Rex. Please check my homepage or LinkedIn page. And there's even a direct booking link, especially for like open source officers. So I do provide various channels, and I try to be present in whatever you prefer. That's all for me today. Maybe we still have some questions, but we are right on time. I'm happy to stay either as part of the talk or later on the hallway track I can answer stuff.
My question is about dependencies. How do you handle dependencies at task level, and maybe, if possible, at service levels?
Yeah, so task dependencies is a very interesting question, and also an important part of any larger solution in my experience. And since there are different needs, there are also different built-in concepts for that. What we saw today is like use a run task built-in to run other tasks. So that's one way. There's a similar one called do task, and that is like, let's say, a bit older interface, and it is, the difference between them is we can pass parameters and execute task on a different host that is currently in scope with run task. Do task just takes the task as it is and execute it. So it's a slight difference, but these are the two approaches there. On top of that, there's a built-in called needs to define inside the tasks some dependencies, like this task needs some other task, even from another namespace possibly, but otherwise please execute that task in the exact same context, so the same connection, same server, same parameters. So that's like also good for chaining tasks. There's also a built-in concept called batches, which is really just like a list of tasks to run. So it's less about dependencies, but more like sequence of operations. And what I would say, last but not least, you can just try to interact with all the underlying objects and like create your own if you need something really advanced. So you could invent your own dependency management. For example, you have to execute one task first on one machine and then go to other 3 machines, execute in parallel another task, and then come back again, continue with something else. So there are some workflow management modules on CPAN that could be integrated into this if it's a need, but there's no built-in features for that yet, apart from like run parallel. I think that's all the things around dependencies, yes. And as you could see, you could drive it from outside description. It could be data-driven, so you can describe this sequence of operations in a comfortable style or config style, and you can just like process it and drive Rex tasks from Perl. All right, I think what I would also like to add before any other questions is like I'm very happy to show some more of the live demo part to you. I also have like some other cases that might be interesting for you, like event-driven management and using these job queues I mentioned. So I'm very happy to give you a demo, and sorry that it didn't work fully in all cases during the talk. Right, let's have lunch then. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Let's just leave them.
Yeah. Should it stay on?
I put it off.
All right, thank you.
time. Me too, yes. Let's see if anybody, if we make an extended lunch break or.
Oh, come on.
Sorry.
You have
I
this ready.
think I've enabled it, but I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
And please use
Okay.
this.
Yeah.
And if there are any questions, we'll use this.
Okay, I guess we'll start. Perfect. Maybe 1 more minute. Okay. Who's controlling this camera? Do you know? Because I.
Yeah, we have streaming on.
Okay. Who's controlling this camera? That's automatic, or are you doing that? Or?
It's automatic.
Okay, nice. Okay, okay, then I'm going to start. Again, welcome back from the lunch break. Everybody's now again tired. And I'm going to talk about deploying Perl apps using, yes? Klingt so laut, klingt sehr übersteuert. Soundcheck. Test, besser? I don't know. Okay. Okay, good, okay, perfect. It's about deploying Perl apps, actually any apps, using Podman and Ansible and a very little tiny bit of make. At the PerlKohaCon, is it big enough? No. Oh, it's very big. At the PerlKohaCon in Riga, the last one, I did this talk about deploying Perl apps using Docker, GitLab, and Kubernetes. You can read about it here. That was a very big and enterprisey and cloudy deployment process, which was also very complex and expensive. So now I'm talking about another approach for another project, which is not very cloudy and not very enterprisey. It's for the Verband der österreichischen Volkshochschulen, which is the Association of Austrian Adult Education Centers. So it's a little bit like libraries. Yeah. And they have a bunch of web applications, mostly Catalyst. Those are the names of some of those applications. Search thing and single sign-on. There's also a Drupal content management system and some other stuffs. They have not only web applications, they also have stuff like beamers, mailer, background job processes and whatnot. Everything is running on a Postgres database. You also use Elasticsearch and Redis. So it's like a small project. I mean, it's not tiny, but it's not like huge enterprise thing. The project is completely non-tech focused. They don't care about tech, they just want to use it. And they have no dev team, no deployment, no DevOps team, nothing. They have about 100 hours per year time budget for a little bit of maintenance and features. So they don't want to use Kubernetes. They also have no proper infra tools like GitLab. Instead we use Gitolite, which is a very small Git server. And we're piggybacking on some other projects, Request Tracker for issue tracking. And there's no container registry. Okay, so if you know Docker and stuff, no container registry, which is a little bit annoying. Some credits. Most of this stuff was actually implemented by Fahad Shabazi, that guy, together with me, but he did like most of the actual hard lifting. But like the concept is all my fault. He just did what I told him. So the plan, the overview of this talk is I'm going to shortly talk about containers and then about the deployment, so how the code is actually run on the server, so what's the finished state, which is talking about container and Podman and systemd. And the second part is about deploying. How do we actually get the code onto the server? So this is going to be Ansible and a very little makefile. The deployment, again, it's like a small system, so there's one node, so one server. Each of those services runs in one container. The services can talk to each other or need to talk to each other. There's some shared infrastructure, and it looks like that. So like one box and some other boxes. I didn't draw the arrows. You can imagine that those star things are things that we wrote, and the other boxes are open source projects that we just use. Okay, so that's like very run-of-the-mill architecture for a small thing. And for the deploying, we want to make sure that the server and all its components are in the same state. Then we want to build a new container, get the container and all the config and all the assets onto the server, and then restart the thing. Okay. So I'm not talking about Docker containers, I'm just talking about container because there are other container platforms than Docker, and it's like, And I mean, I guess most of you know it, but for me this was like a good explanation of what a container is. It's the magic box that contains an operating system and whatever else you want, and you can install it without interfering with your laptop. So you have like 20 different containers on the laptop or on some machine, and each of them is nicely separated from the other ones. And those Docker containers, they are also lightweight, not like previous versions of containers or virtual machines, which could be quite heavy. So Docker introduced some smart concepts to make these containers not so heavy. Here's a very simple container file that you please never, ever, ever should use like this. It's just to illustrate what a container file looks like. Usually you start from, so you have like a base, another container that you start from. In that case, it's a Perl 538 running on Debian Bookworm. So I'm reusing an existing container file and use that as a baseline where I start from. Then you run some update scripts, in that case, to install the Postgres client. And then I use CPAN to install CPAN minus for whatever reasons. Copy the CPAN file from this copy line, copies the CPAN file from your host machine, from your laptop, into the container. So that later on in this line here, sorry, I didn't do the highlighting here, you then can run inside the container to install all of the dependencies. And that's like the worst line of all, which if you see this, just don't use the container file using that, because that copies everything that you have in your current working directory into the container, including, for example, your .git directory, which results in very big and very stupid and annoying containers. Okay, so don't use it. And then you can have just a command, oops, wrong button, wrong direction, a command which actually starts whatever you want to do. In that case, it starts a starman plug CGI script running a server. Again, never use copy. This is a very bad example. It's just a very short reminder of how a container file looks like. I did a talk on writing a good Docker file for Perl applications, which you can find over there. I also have a blog post on how to set up a nice Docker file using Perl 536 with Alpine and a working SSL configuration. If you want, we can later on take a look at some more advanced and nice Docker files, but sorry, container files. Like the big container benefits is you have actually the same setup on your development machines and your production machines. I also find it quite nice that you have some sort of automatic documentation of the installation and setup process, because in the Docker file, it's just you have to write everything down. It's not that you can SSH into the machine and run something manually and then forget about it. And there is also no need for stuff like Carton or locally Perl Blue, Perl Env or whatever, because the container is already contained. You don't need to use any further tools to further contain your installation from the operating system, because it's already contained in the container. There's also this thing called Docker Compose, or also Podman Compose, which I like very much for local development, because it allows you to start multiple containers, and the containers they depend upon, and does networking and a lot of other nice things. It makes it very easy to set the environment for each container, handle volume mounts and networks. Come to that. Yeah. So one thing about those containers is they are ephemeral. They don't actually store any data. If you can, every time you start the container, it's fresh and it doesn't remember anything. And you don't, but you still, of course, don't want to have your database passwords or connection parameters or whatever hard-coded in the container. That's obviously bad. And for example, you want different ones for different environments. You don't want your local development machine connecting to your production database. It should be different ones. So, like, the easiest way to do is setting environment variables. So instead of, I don't know, hard-coding it, you just do something like that, where connect the database using some environment variables. And then when you start the container, you just set the environment variables on the command line. I mean, that's nice for a little bit of testing. Okay. Was it the question or just a? Oh, okay. Another thing is you can also, if you have a lot of environment variables, this gets a little bit unwieldy. So you can put them in an environment file, just a file. and then use that end file by just pointing your container runtime to say, please use this end file where you have all of the environment in it. And then you have different environment files for different deployments or different things. Volume mounts, it's another thing that you could do. For example, you can also include a default configuration file into the container via container file. That's especially mostly needed for stuff like Catalyst applications. They very much like their config file. And then you could use a volume mount to replace that file with a different file from your host. Okay? Volume mounts have a lot of other uses. The most obvious one is that they allow persistent storage of data. Because instead of storing everything into the container, you, from the host, mount a volume into the container, write stuff into it, which is then also available outside on the host. So when you remove the container, start a new one, mount it again, you still have the data. Okay, so that was like part 0. So let's take a look at the actual deployment. So how is this looking on the server as it's running now? So as I said, we're talking about Podman. Podman is a pod manager. It's very much like Docker. It's, I think, 100% the same user interface. There's this joke that you can just alias Docker to Podman and continue using all your Docker commands. But you can just also use Docker. One big advantage is that it's rootless. So it's not required a root user. Docker has to run as root, which is a little bit annoying and a little bit of a security risk potentially, because if it's running as root, maybe something from the container can escalate and access your system and do annoying stuff. And there's also no daemon needed. If you run Docker, you always have the Docker daemon running on your machine, and the Docker daemon checks which containers should be running and whatever and whatnot. Podman doesn't do this. It just doesn't. You have to care on your own which containers are running. For example, by starting them via systemd services. A pod is a collection of containers sharing a network. That's, I don't know if any of you ever did Kubernetes. Okay, so, and all of the containers in one pod, for example, can talk to each other via localhost. So you don't have to do any complicated bridging or rewriting of networks or whatever. All containers in one pod can just talk to each other, which is actually, as I hinted, the same in Kubernetes. But usually when you use Kubernetes, you always deploy one service into one pod most of the time. You don't have to, but it's what's usually done. But here we're using like one pod, and into this one pod we deploy all the services. So here's the live demo. For example, Podman has this thing where I can just say, okay, Podman ls, so list me all my pods. So on that machine there's one pod named Koha for knowledge base. There's 16 containers, it's running since 5 months, some information. And then you can use Podman ps to get a list of all the pods that are all the containers that are currently running, using here -f pod equals Koha, so I only filter them of this one pod, which is pointless in that example because there is only one pod, but if you have like several pods on one machine, you could limit that. And then you get a list of containers, which is not very interesting. Yeah, just see the container ID, the image that's used, where you here can actually see some of the, oops, which pod is it? Some of them are like external ones, which were pulled from Docker Hub or directly from the Elastic Docker container, and those are the ones we wrote our own, which are our own containers. This one, the pause thing, is inside each pod. Podman starts one special container to do some management stuff. And the pods also have always have a short name, so you don't have to type this horrible thing in. And also the name is persistent, and the container ID not so much. Here, for example, you can when you want to enter one of those running containers, you can say Podman execute and the name of the thing, and then the command you want to execute. So in that case, I want to run bash inside the container so I can get into it. So now you're in the container, which is in my head the same as SSHing into a remote machine, but now you're accessing the container. And then you can look into it, and it's just like a machine. So you see something that looks like a Catalyst installation. And then in the container, you can just run a command, plug up, and then the server starts up. And then we can, for example, enter another container. So here we were using the container called stats.web, but now we're entering this container. Doesn't matter. And in the container, we can now try to access the other container by just doing a curl request to localhost and some path, and we get back some data. And you have to trust me that that's actually the other application that's answering here with some status data on its status. Yes. Okay, then there's systemd, which is a system and service manager, an init system used to bootstrap the user space and manage user processes. It's like 10 or 12 years old, and there was a lot of critique about it. It's similar to something like systemd, initd, runit, daemon tools, and like a lot of other products that you can use. Basically, it's the thing that starts when your computer starts and then starts the other processes and manages whatever is running on your machine. And it can start services, which is what we want. So here's one of those service files, which looks like this. Let's only take a look at this part here, which is access start. So when you start the service, this command happens. So you use Podman run to run this Podman container. And give it a name. Here you can see how you do this volume mount things. So I'm using mount of type bind to take the source file, which is a file on the host machine, which is the config file for this environment, and mount it, like copy it into the container in this other path specified by target. So whatever was in the container at this location is now replaced by that file. Here's the same thing. Use another mind bound, but here we mount a directory, so we can store files which were uploaded to on the web interface. They're uploaded into the container, but because this directory is mounted onto the host, if you stop the container, start it again, mount it again, we still have the files. If you don't do this, you stop the container, all the files are gone, and your users are probably not very happy. And then again, here we specify the environment file. So here's the file where all of the environments needed for this application are stored, again, on the host system. The rest is just internals of daemon tool, systemd, which I'm not going into much details now. If you do that, then you can, and it's running, you can give me the status, then you get some information on, yes, the service is running since that amount of time, takes so much memory, blah, 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 some stats. You can, of course, just restart the thing, stop it. And the nice thing is also you can still just call regular Podman commands on it. So there's like one way to interact with it is using systemd and the system unit file, and the other one is you just still can call Podman, for example, to get the last 3 lines from the error log. So now we have our deployment, which is a bunch of containers running in a pod managed by Podman and controlled by systemd. How do we deploy the changes? So the one thing that we found was annoying is we don't have a container registry. So usually what I used to do is you push your containers into a container registry like this. So you build a container, you tag it with some name, and then you also tag it with like the external name in the container registry. And then you push the container over there. And then it's uploaded into the container registry and available for download, which you can do like this. You can say Docker pull on another machine. So that's like on the live machine, you can just pull and get the new container. But this needs this registry thing, which is a server running somewhere, handling stuff, doing authentication. That was too much overhead for that project. And we don't want to use a public container registry, which also exists. Of course, you can go somewhere and rent or get one for free. But as it's an internal project, we don't want the source code publicly available, so we don't do that. Luckily, Podman and also Docker have this thing, save and load. You can say Podman save, give it a file name and a container, and it will just basically dump the whole container into this tarball. And then you can use Podman load point it to the tarball, and it will load the container image. But where we're going, we don't need files. We have pipes. So what we do here is we say Podman save this thing, zip it, use PV, which is just a progress bar on in pipes. We SSH to the server, and on the server we unzip and use Podman load. So this is like one line where how we can get the container from this laptop onto the server without any central container registry in between. Okay, now I'm going to talk a little bit about Ansible. Simple IT automation, there should be a new line in here. It uses YAML to run commands via SSH on other servers. Comes with a lot of weird slang, which took me ages to somehow understand. Playbook, inventory, tasks. I still find it a bit confusing. You can watch the talk by Rake, Automating Perl with Ansible, if you have a time machine, because it was like yesterday. Or you wait a little bit until it's available on YouTube. Or you can use Rex, as shown by FErki in his talk, Rex use cases and patterns. You also need a time machine, but not a strong one because it was like 2 hours ago. Or again, you wait until it's available online, or watch the slides. I actually probably like Rex more, but Farhad, who did the actual implementation of this thing, he preferred Ansible, and the option was let him do it using his tool or me do it, so it was his decision. So what you have in Ansible is a playbook, which is a collection of tasks. You have an inventory, which is a grouped list of hosts, looks like this. So you can say, okay, you have a node, which is a server name, and for example, you have something called DB, which is a list of other servers. It's just like a way to group and label the hosts where you want to deploy to. The actually interesting things are tasks. So this is like a shorted version, where I just list all of the tasks you want to do. You want to set up some directories, copy some files, set up the service unit file, and then start and stop the service. If we expand this a little bit, so this is like one Ansible task, which has a name, and then it gets horrible. Because here you have file, yes, and what this actually means, it's running the module called file. And there are a lot of different modules, so all of those tasks look different, at least to me. And the second horrible thing is this with items. I mean, we talked about it earlier, and you mentioned in your talk. That's like programming using YAML. It's because you want to loop over all of those things, and this is YAML is a static configuration language that just describes data. They always invent ad hoc weird formats on how to do loops and conditionals and whatever, and you end up with horrible, unintuitive stuff like that. So what this does is it takes all of those files, which are files on my machine in the repository, and copies them somewhere there, I think. Yes, item path. I'm actually not sure. Yeah, no. Oh, sorry, it setups directories. It's not generating file because here it says state directory, even though it's a file module, because it says here state directory. It checks that each of these directories exists on the server. And if they don't exist, it will create them using the mode that's listed over here. Now is the step that actually copies the file, which is basically the same. So you again have this copy module, I guess, which has, again, items which copy this file from here to there. Now, from here to there. From source to this place. So this is the file on my laptop, and here where it should be on the server in the end, blah, blah, blah. And this notify thing at the end says, okay, if this action happens, so if the file was modified, afterwards, later on, please start these tasks, which will in the end restart the application. So if the configuration file was changed, we need to restart the web server. Here's another, even more complex file. It's using a template. So what that again is doing is it's copying those source files again onto the server. But oops, wasn't there? No. But it's using a template, so the file is not just a file, but the file inside contains, it's a Ginger template, contains stuff like that. We have like a templating language in the file. So you say, I mean, you can read it. For each line in this data structure, generate this one line. Okay. Then you have some other place in this horrible YAML labyrinth where you can define this command. So in that case, we have those 3 values in this array. And in the end, if you take these values and run them through this template, you end up with this snippet. Okay? Clear? Yeah. Okay. Yes. And if you now want to run it, it gets more complicated. So you have this script called Ansible Playbook, which runs a playbook. The playbook is called site YAML. You can have a lot of different playbooks. And in the playbook, you have specified the tasks you want to run. You say you want, that's the file that specifies your inventory. So here you have the list of your hosts. You could have maybe a different list for production and for staging, for example. I like different ways to do it. And you want to, in that case, I want to limit it on only hosts that are in the node group. Okay, so you want to deploy it on 5 servers. You put all those 5 servers in the node group, and then this command will run on all of those servers. And additionally, you can have some things like tags where you can additionally filter and limit your stuff. So I don't want to run, because this playbook could be huge and do a lot of stuff, but I only want to run stuff that's relevant to this statistics module, which is the name of this application. And there's also this nice check thing, which says, okay, only try it out. Don't actually change anything, just tell me what it would do. Try run. And what it would do is something like this, which is again a little bit shortened. So it would do all of these things, make sure all of the directories exist, copy the files, blah, blah, blah. So in that case, it seems that everything is already okay, and the server is in an okay state. I find this command nicer, and it took me a while to find it. List tasks, where you can just say, okay, again, for some tags, and then it will just list you all of the tasks that it will do without even doing it. So the dry run takes ages because it has to actually SSH into the server, do the stuff, try everything, and then roll it back, I guess. But this is just instant because it just takes a look at your local YAML configuration and tells you what it would do, which now helps me to figure out what will happen if I run one of those cryptic Ansible commands. So if we want to actually deploy a change, I changed some code. I changed the expiry of the session from 10 hours to 8 hours, just to have some thing in here. So that's like the diff of one thing. And then I run the playbook. And then you get a lot of output in here, which I shortened a little bit. So again, you see in the first thing, everything is okay, but then now in here, you again see the diff. So it tells you, okay, on the server, we have a different state than on the machine. That's the difference. And then here it will just change it. So now the file, now it uploaded the new file onto the server. The next task is again okay, and then in the end, here you see that it again changed something because it restarted the service. And well, the very small makefile thing, because I always forget all of the Ansible commands, I put them into a makefile. So I have a makefile like this, which also does a little bit of other things. Make files like that, and you have to read them from the, yeah, so I can just basically say make starts deploy, and if I do that, this thing will happen, so it will go into the container. No, it won't happen because it has a dependency, because makefile has dependencies, so it will first do this. Oh, another dependency, so it will first do that. So it will first build the container, then do this pipe thing to upload the container, and then it will actually run the Ansible commands. I guess I could also put all of those makefile commands into Ansible, and I guess I could also put all of the Ansible commands into makefile, but that's like, that seems like a sort of sane mixture in here. Yeah, the makefile is, not, as I said, not very fancy or complex, but it's more reliable than command line history because you can check it into your repository, you can send it to a colleague, and sometimes I just open the makefile and, that was the command, and then just copy and paste one command out of the makefile and run it. Yeah, so altogether, so you hack locally, you make a change, edit some config, build a new container, because we don't have a container registry, we just pipe the new container to the server. We make sure the server is up to date via Ansible, and if any changes need to be applied, Ansible will do it. Then we, again, via Ansible, we restart the thing on the service and profit. Well, okay, no profit because that's a non-profit project, but yeah. So my summary for this is the containers make everything so much easier. I mean, before I used Docker containers, I always had like different Perl brews and local libs, and it was very horrible. And then I had one database version on the laptop installed directly, and then different projects would need different versions of the database, and all of this just goes away with containers. Podman provides a very nice way to manage container and run a group of containers. It's really nice. I also guess it takes less resources than Docker. It's a project. It's currently, I mean, it's owned by Red Hat, but I'm not sure of its history. Yeah. So but it's also open source and freely available and everything. And systemd is actually quite nice if you figure out how to write these service files. But I also never figured out how to write old systemd init scripts. I also found it very annoying. And some people criticize it because it's too big and does too much. You can also run cron jobs via systemd, and I don't know, you can do a lot of stuff. But it's nice. And what's also nice is you can use systemd also as a user. So you can have your own service files, which are not related to root. So you can set up, like, that's not in that project, but another project, which uses a similar setup. We actually have unit files that just belong to the production user. We have a production user and a staging user on the machine, and each of those have their own system units, and only the user can run the services, so there's like no root and sudo involved at all, which is quite nice. Yeah, and then of course you should automate all of this process as much as possible using whatever tools you want, for example, Ansible or Rex or Makefile. Any questions or discussions? Or is everybody in a comfortable post-lunch coma? Okay, then thank you. Yeah, you may applaud. I have a very small bonus thing. I mean, because I was a bit unclear on the times things. We actually run the same thing also in GitLab. So we have another project, the other project I was talking about earlier. We have basically the same setup I showed you now, but instead of me running it on my laptop, we moved it into GitLab, into the CI and CD part of GitLab. So GitLab uses this thing called GitLab CI. Yet another horrible YAML file with conditionals and loops and whatever. It's like, please just use a stupid programming language for that, but no. So what this does is, that's a task a job in GitLab, just named production, deploy production. It takes here, so that in that project we do have our own registry, because GitLab, you know GitLab, yes, like the thing, okay, provides its own container registry. If you use GitLab, you not only have like issue tracker and Git, but also a container registry, which is quite handy. So, and in our container registry, we have an Ansible image, because I don't like to pull from the public repositories all the time, because sometimes they just say, you pulled enough, fuck off, and then your pipeline fails. So that's just like the regular Ansible container. Here we just basically copy the SSH key that allows access to the target server into the container, which is, you can do it quite safely because GitLab provides this secrets service where you can have environment variables available for the thing. And then the script that we're running is, again, a makefile. So we're using GitLab to put an Ansible container to run a makefile. Oh, no, and then use make to run Ansible. That's the way. So this thing here is just make in this directory and some variables. And if you take a look at the makefile, which is included in the repository, which is checked out by GitLab during GitLab CI. We just call this Ansible playbook, which is using some stuff to basically run the thing we did. And then this looks like this. So this is how a pipeline looks in GitLab, where we have the different steps. What I showed you was this step here, which then again looks like this. I mean, you don't have to read it, it's a screenshot. But one nice thing is this thing here. It took 26 seconds, which is quite fast. I mean, that's only the last step of the deployment, but usually if you don't have to rebuild the container and because it didn't change anything of the dependencies and you only changed a little bit in the code, a deployment takes, I don't know, 40 seconds or something, from push to running on the server. Yeah, so it runs all of the stuff, and in here you see the output make calling Ansible, and here you see the output of Ansible, similar to what we've seen earlier, inside GitLab, triggered via a CI action. So you don't have to actually type it on your machine. And that's so fast because the only thing it actually do is to pull the new image, because in the previous step in the CI pipeline we build a new container image, put it in the container thing, and this just pulls and restarts. Because in that case there was no real change on the server. So that's also quite nice. So if you have even if you have a proper infrastructure like GitLab, you can still use those basic tools. You don't have to go all in on cloud and Kubernetes and whatnot. So that's finally it now. So thank you again. Yeah, there's a question. You have the microphone still? Oh, give you. Where is it? The microphone? Okay. Here it is. Okay. Sorry.
In fact, I have a question about this last session. I see that you use GitLab Community Edition. Do you think it's enough to use in a production way? Because in fact, GitLab do this type of thinking that put some core inside the Community Edition, but some places only on enterprise. It's possible to switch between the situation. How do you find?
So the question was between the different versions of GitLab. Yes.
GitLab, in fact.
Yeah. I mean, so we are running our own GitLab instance locally, but we're using the free version.
Yes.
And I don't know if everybody knows this, so there are like different versions of GitLab because they have this. They provide a free version, hosted or self-hosted, and then they have different versions which have more nicer and cooler features, but they're not available unless you pay. Yeah, and I don't find the features that they provide for money worth it. Or I actually would find some of the features quite nice, but I find the pricing scheme so annoying because they charge per user. And so I think the cheapest paid version is something like 10 or 15 euros per user per month, which would be maybe okay, and maybe they changed it, but the last time they didn't, because I have a lot of fake users which aren't really humans, but like bots or whatever, and doing stuff. Yeah. So I never used any of the paid features from GitLab. Sometimes I search for something and said, okay, I want this, and then I find the documentation and they say, yeah, we have it in the premium version or the gold version or whatever. And what they sometimes do is that after 1 or 2 years, they make it available in the free version. Not everything, but like I think all of the core stuff you need is in there, and in the premium version you have better project management tools and stuff like that. If that answers your question. Okay, perfect. Okay, then. No, not again. You know this automatism. If the speaker says thanks, everybody claps. You can. Thanks. Oh no, thanks. Oh my God, no, it's never going to end. Where are we here? So, okay, still a bit time. Again, I guess most of you know it, but I think we all submitted something like 40-minute talks, and then the schedule got extended to 1 hour slots, so that's why a lot of talks end early. Yeah, so there's like 20-minute pause. No. We'll turn it off or mute it, or? I turn it off. Okay, thanks. You maybe want to switch to the other? Yes, sir. There are things like Podman compose and stuff like that, so we are trying to do it. But I think, I mean, most of people I know agree that it's a version 10 is a nicer copy. Because I know the company Docker is, I won't say it's shady, but they changed a lot. They changed a lot, and it's in sometimes, I mean, Docker Hub used to be free, and then everybody used it, and then they made the classic switch and say you can only pull, a fixed number amounts of containers from the registry per month.
Yes, because everyone was like pulling from them like crazy, all the build systems, and it just overloaded the infrastructure and costs. So they had to do something about it. But yes, in general, Docker as the company goes towards like more commercialized use cases, and less about the originally like free and open source world, especially with some of the also personal changes I think there, but also like space, like containers in general, especially like in the cloud context, has been standardized a lot. So it's like container files, it's more like competing implementations as well, and Docker is just like one of the implementations. And the other one, Podman, can be really nice. I think yes, it is from Red Hat, but it can you can use it without root. That's the main difference. So very great for compatibility.
Like app or compatible with Kubernetes, a local version of Kubernetes that you can sort of replicate in a way to Kubernetes, or is it completely, unrelated?
You mean Podman?
Yeah.
No, Podman is, you can use Podman to build Kubernetes on your Kubernetes like system.
Container management and interface is like the API is compatible, so I think Kubernetes a year ago or so, 120 something version, I think they dropped like Docker support in general in favor of like the standardized API. Like, so whatever support this container-D specification can be used with Kubernetes. That, as far as I know, I do not use Kubernetes myself, so
they changed it. So it used to be Docker containers, but I think when I still use Kubernetes, we got some emails from Google saying, okay, we changed the way containers are loaded. You are still using the old Docker way. You have to change this, or we will stop the service.
Because I haven't actually used like individually containers in production, very good production. From what I gather, looking
introduction and like very limited experience with Kubernetes was that I was designing and building infrastructure solutions up to like this 400 machine, physical machines, multiple data centers, or building our own OpenStack-based cloud offering for the company. And up to this complexity, we never found Kubernetes to be the least complicated way, the simplest way to manage all this. While I can see that, yes, at the scale of Google, Amazon, stuff like that, there might be a need to standardize that. Whenever we evaluated it, we always felt like this does a lot more than what we need.
Yeah.
It's not the simplest thing that could work, and we always went for that with my teams in the past several years. And especially because we were like limited teams, so maybe in bigger teams it might be better for Kubernetes.
I have some experience with Kubernetes. We were on one service in Kubernetes, and we started in 2017 or 18, so maybe that was a little bit early in the Kubernetes when it existed, and it took two people, Klausner, the one I showed earlier, and another guy, months to just be able to have the container running there and just get an HTTP request.
I have one or two
ridiculous.
company that are looking to Kubernetes, but it will be months available with this thing coming out.
I mean, I think it's easier now to do a bit because like there's second toolings,
more people,
but you need so much tools. I mean, you cannot just use Kubernetes. You need something like Helm or some other thing to manage the Kubernetes.
Templating.
And then you have again YAML templates. So there's a lot of annoying tooling. And then, I mean, I guess there are some very cool features, which we never used in the end, but it's like dynamic upscaling and starting new services.
This thing is a bit like when they started out with Docker and such. I was container everywhere. Yeah, but why? Basically, everything were high. A lot of technology. In my company, we still use mostly, EC2 machines on AWS. Most of the time. We also had a container lab on the is done local soon that I didn't manage, but was managed. That would useful for certain use cases, but there are sometimes people who go gung ho on technology without knowing exactly what is.
Yeah. I mean, I was not very, I mean, I was not, still not very much a sysadmin person. I'm more of a developer, but it's doing more of the sysadmin stuff in the past years. So I was like, I just write my code and somebody else has to run it. And then when the containers came along, I was not very happy to do that. But now I'm very happy that I actually have a lot of stuff in containers, especially because I'm a freelancer and I have like different customers and different projects. And I can just
switch environments.
I don't have to switch environment. I go into the directory, the Docker controls up, like a few seconds, and then I have the database, the cache, the free web services, and everything is just, and then after 1 hour I say Docker to stop, other directory, Docker to start, to the different environment, everything is.
I remember actually using the underlying technology, the infrastructure technology, way like in 2009.
LXC itself.
Yeah, it's.
But there was no Docker or anything like that. So
LXC was around for a long while before it just did not get hyped.
I also used that for KPZ for a while.
I think LXC does not have this layered approach.
No, I think not.
Yeah, which makes it easy for me because I have on my machine.
It's about isolation and not shared kernel.
Yes, I think even though the projects are different.
Level localization, I see you don't have a different stack, usually kernel, etc. Can you find it that there are many things like that where people, I said, okay, let's do. I mean, I had people come to me, yeah, why don't we use containers? Yeah, what for? Because everyone's doing it.
But are you solving? That's always a question for me. So briefly discussed yesterday around this topic. Like most of the challenges that containers solve for in the past few days, few years for many organizations, those problems were just not present in my career because we were like looking for different type of automation. We could ensure that the desired state of our system
not have the problem.
You use Docker for deployment as a deployment vehicle sometimes, which is not necessarily useful for everyone. Especially, it might be useful in such a complex environment, or if it is something really stupid, at the opposite end of the spectrum, it's not unclear. Sometimes, just installing a package is easier, and it's actually more manageable than, because
I don't know. I was skeptical, but I've actually been a fan of containers because I mean you run it on a machine, you copy it around, and then you actually have like exactly the same version of everything. And what also was nice was, so I had some front end people working on Macs and try to install, I don't know, all of the stuff on Macs that's horrible. But I just built a container, published it, and they didn't build it locally. They use Docker Compose to load the containers. And you have a new front-end developer, you say check out this thing, say Docker Compose up, and they can work on their machine, on the front-end, have a local backend running, have a local database running. In literally there was nothing you had to do. You just say Docker Compose up and that's it.
I have a problem instead.
That's not true for Koha.
I had a problem instead where I had to, I had many servers that run Ubuntu 20, for instance, that is still LSDS, but it doesn't have the latest versions of, I don't know, Apache or PHP or whatever, for the stack of the servers. So I use several custom repos where I can partly implement these packages, where dribble around some security problems, etc. So some people say, yeah, but why don't you use container? Yeah, but you have containers which are maintained. Otherwise, if I have to maintain them, it defeats the purpose of using somebody else's work. If I have to build everything and then keep on maintaining myself, it is not really useful. And there are containers, and also because there are containers which are useful, like you can just, and in other ways you have to do all the composition yourself, and etc. etc. If it is your software, I mean, it makes sense because you are building it to then deliver it. But if you just want to use somebody else's software, you have to go through all the process when you can just install a package. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
I agree, sometimes it's annoying, but I also, sometimes I want to just try something out, and it's using some cryptic language I'm not using, so I can just get the container, run it, and I don't have my system destroyed because it's using I have to install some.
Sometimes you don't have access to, for instance, I have an old customer where, Raven is not worth it, and they got an old version of software only. And, but I didn't want to leave an 80-year-old machine, old Apache that didn't have, so I just used the Docker container for the Apache Official Docker container and running the customization, and that allows you to have an up-to-date thing. I wouldn't have to recompile it every time, which is unsustainable, to be honest. And so there are use cases where things work nicely. And with everything.
Yeah, you have to pick the right tools.
That's why I also really like before the bonus, the last point of your stuff is like to automate it. Doesn't really matter. Make automation whatever fits your purposes. This diversity is, I think, important that is available, so everyone can pick the better trade-offs.
There is another thing about the choice of connection with sometimes less particularly where Ansible is sometimes really for me. I did so many juggling that because I wanted other tasks as almost a job. You have to do one thing, you might need to try and then you take a day to find
so easy if you could just write a script in whatever language and give this and that and now you have to do this and else and then do.
Especially if you have to create manipulations.
Yeah. I think every time I try to write a PKCI job or something, I get these conditions wrong. Only one master but files to run.
Yeah. I mean, it's even like hard to test for this, right? There are many tests available which can catch some of the stuff, but actually running it against
I mean, I have
great
in
value.
several repositories I have like 20 commits, one after another, a commit testing CI, a commit testing CI, because you, at least GitLab, you have to run, and to run it you have to do a commit. You don't even have a button where you can say just run the CI and
I think in newer versions they do have, at least GitHub Actions have this like, if you can use a backend to just trigger a build.
I mean, you can
That's what
run
I
the same
sometimes
thing
do,
again,
yes.
but I think if you run it again, I'm not sure if you could use the new CI file or something.
Some of the GitHub Actions it's available, and I started to use it. Sometimes I just push something just to get a CI checker from it. But for that I don't want to create a pull request yet. I can just like manually trigger and it's like shared in the same space and so on. Others can see the results and like that I did run it. It's also feedback for me. Especially there are explicitly like there are like some changes that are not really user visible or relevant for the user, more like for me as a maintainer. I still want to check them and have the same proofs about like yes it works everywhere as expected, doesn't break anything. But I think the pull request will be overhead because on one hand nobody would review it, otherwise it's only relevant for me. Especially if I work on the workflow file itself. That is like I just iterate on a branch still, exact same way, just not distribute the know what is doing.
Yeah, that's a pretty good response.
Also the next
Oh, that's good. Yeah, you're correct. I can see.
Yes. So yeah.
Okay, this is a recorded presentation.
Hello everyone. This is Leon again, and this time I'm gonna talk with you about managing passwords with Crypt Passphrase, my new module for managing passwords. Crypt Passphrase is the kind of module that is intending to make easy things easy and hard things possible. Now, you may be thinking, passwords, they can't be that complicated anyway, and you would be wrong. You see, security is hard, because security is always about the weakest link. It's very easy to get something very subtle wrong, and then suddenly your system blows up in your face. For example, it takes care of salting for you. Now you may think this is easy, but algorithms are surprisingly picky about not only the size of a salt, but also the format of it. Before I wrote this module, I had no idea that something like little endian base64 existed, but apparently it does, and it's actually even popular among password algorithms for some reason. Also, most hashes don't use the default base64 alphabet. But more importantly, it's actually very important to use a good source of randomness, which some people do, but a lot of people don't. And not using sufficient randomness does kind of defeat the point of using a large salt. Slightly less obvious, it takes care of Unicode for you. Password algorithms do not work on text, they work on bytes. However, passwords, for all reasonable purposes, are text. Therefore, passwords need to be properly encoded. If you don't, you're gonna see some very funny results if anything about how you handle your input ever changes. But also, it takes care of normalization. You see, a lot of texts can be represented by different sequences of code points. So simply encoding would still be ambiguous, and the different possible encodings would result in different hashes. Therefore, you have to ensure that you're always normalizing the text in the same way before you encode it. There is no one wrong or right way, but consistency is essential. Fundamentally, this interface has two obvious methods. First, hash password to create a new hash, and secondly, verify password to verify if a password matches a hash. Now, this all seems very obvious. However, this is not the end of it. You see, Crypt password is very much also intending to be cryptographically agile. What does that mean? Cryptographic agility means that you can change the details of your cryptography without the system breaking. It can handle different variations. For example, you can change the password, you can change the parameters of your algorithm. But also you can change the algorithm itself. It will handle this gracefully. And that doesn't only mean that it can verify different kinds of hashes, that also means it has to be able to tell you this hash is using an older algorithm or older parameters, and it needs to be updated. Therefore, it has a third method, needs rehash. This is something that currently no other similar module has, and this is one of the main reasons for using Crypt Passphrase. It makes it much easier for you to transparently update passwords when users log in, because that's when you have the password, and hence that's when you are able to rehash the password. And it looks roughly like this. Literally, you check, is it valid? If not, you throw an error. Else, does it need a rehash? If it does, create a new password, and then you store that in your database or whatever. It supports a wide variety of encoders: Argon 2, bcrypt, YesCrypt, sCrypt, PBKDF2, SHA-2, 5.6 crypt, SHA-512 crypt. These are all fairly common encoders for passwords that are in wide use today. However, it also supports a number of validators. These are only allowed for validating existing passwords, but it does not support creating new passwords in them. This has a reason. All of these ciphers are kind of terrible. You should not be using them, but if you are using them for legacy reasons, it will help you move away from them. Let me show you an example. Koha. You may have heard of this application at this conference. It has been mentioned once or twice. Koha is currently using a configuration equivalent to this. It uses bcrypt with a cost parameter of 8 for all new passwords. However, legacy passwords may be encoded using MD5, and these are also supported for authentication. However, no new MD5 passwords are created anymore. So you could drop this in, and this would handle the entire the custom logic that exists in that code right now. Now, slightly sidetracking, because I know I'm going to get this question if I don't answer it anyway. What password hash should you use? In practice, there are two valid answers to this question: Argon2 and bcrypt, and you probably should not be using any other algorithm. And you may be wondering why. Well, a good password algorithm has two unusual traits that it doesn't share with other cryptographic systems. First of all, it has to be slow. Why? If it's fast, it's easy to brute force passwords. You can just try them all. This is the reason why simple hashes like MD5 and SHA-1 are entirely unsuitable. Actually, they're both used as benchmarks for GPU, and a good GPU that you can buy off the shelf can literally compute billions, I think even tens of billions of MD5s per second. They're really, really fast, and they can brute force through anything. But secondly, it has to be poorly parallelizable in hardware. Now you may wonder, what does that mean? Well, I just mentioned GPUs. One of the reasons GPU is so fast at attacking hashes is because GPUs are very, very good at performing the same operation on like 1,000 different pieces of data. They wouldn't be faster if they only did one, because they can attack so many inputs at a time. They end up being orders of magnitude faster than you are as a sender using your GPU to calculate hash. This is also why some older algorithms that aren't as bad as simple hash, but like PBKDF2 for example, or PHP-PAS, are essentially hash in a loop. This is slow, that is improvement, but it's parallelizable. It will be for the attacker, for the defender. And that is why you use a proper password hash that is equally slow, therefore hard to attack. So yeah, there are two main options. The first, Argon2, is the winner in 2015 password competition. It's a memory hard KDF. That basically means using too much memory for a massive GPU based, therefore it doesn't work. This is generally the recommended algorithm for higher end computers. Ultimately, it's really hard to break through this any other way. The other option is bcrypt. My experience, this is by far the popular option, not only in Erlang but also in other languages, because bcrypt has been a lot longer, and people into this and never changed. Has an interesting history. It's actually accidentally cache hard when it's was written was not fully yet that it needed. It just happened to be the right thing. So there, and 20 years later, it is still very, very resistant to GPU-based attacks. It does have works, in particular on the input. Support 2 characters of input. No. Therefore, I do offer the option to your input is chunking. Attack against the most obvious implementation, caching. About because I thought about it for you. I would generally doing it, but it's if you don't. Limit set character if you don't. Now, if this kind of like is really good at GPUs, absolutely holding up with gone to his GPU. By far, the attackers are, because GPU are easy to get and probably use a hacked GPU anyway. However, hacker has access to more specialized like FPGAs, 6 secret better because it's attack. So because cryptocurrencies items exist and can be bought very easily, and as Crypt. On 2 varieties of still resisting, however. And now we're back to the easy things should be easy. That becomes hard things. The site. That means it's absolutely secret, like assault, but it is at the same time as the assault. In general, sufficiently large piece of it might added this paper. Identify why you can take this rotate a path. Much like path rotate word it ever gets. However, if you actually sort them, some they actually there are 2 keys and Crypt. Hash exactly what you think the inputs to get it again. The event problem and chips and of really nice